on this first-time starter by Mind Chat for Lindsay Schultz.
Out of Morning Coffee, who was a multiple stakes winner, kind of did a little bit of everything, won sprinting, going long, and on the turf as well. 2 out of her 3 foals have been winners on the track.
3 minutes to post. We kick off the early pick 5 right off the bat, and this one coming up. We're just shy of $200,000 in the pool. We have a pick 6 carryover today of over $44,000. That begins in race 3. You can play it all by getting signed up with Naira Bets right there at nairabets.com. Promo code to use for new members at sign up. Match 200 to get that deposit match of $200 at sign up. So good luck to everybody playing this afternoon. 1-2 favorite here. Stunner for Brad Cox. Let's head downstairs, check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, we'll take a look at Stunner here as we are trackside and horse is about to load in the starting gate, and she is a heavy favorite. Now, it felt like everybody just running for second that day with the presence of Senza Parole in that race, who made short work of her competition, though Stunner, the heavy favorite. Now, can she make good on that backing first time out here at second asking? She is a filly that does present herself as one that does want a little bit more ground. As you heard Acacia say, she was awfully laid back in the paddock. And while I think, hey, everybody will be on the front end yet again, maybe we could see a Stunner a little bit more forwardly placed, just given the experience angle. But this half a furlong, I think, is extra, is just going to help her. Really well muscled. Like I said, there's a lot of her, a lot of length to her. So I get the feeling that as her future and career progresses, that she might eventually become more of that mile type of horse. Moving on to some first-time starters. Number 1, Windflower for the Bill Mott barn. Daughter of Constitution. Dan was a multiple stakes winner, kind of at that mid-distance type of range. She went 9 for 17 in her life, and this is her first full. A lot of times with a first full, they'll be a little bit more on the smaller side, and that is kind of what Windflower is. Gives the impression that a start would be beneficial just to kind of strengthen up and fill out that frame, which is decent, but I just want to kind of take that wait-and-see approach with her. Now, a horse that isn't taking much money, that I, too, am a big fan of her name. Like Acacia said, number 4, Bottomless Mimosa. Always try to take a Sunday off here and there to enjoy one, but comes in here really fit looking, good size to her, great coat to her, just really well prepared and moved very well on the racetrack. I know she's not taking that much money, but I always feel like Kenny Repeat's firsters don't necessarily. And watching her one work, which was with an older horse way back when in Saratoga, I really liked the way she traveled over the Oklahoma training track. So looking at her pedigree, the dam was unraced, and this is her first full. But if you go back a generation, as she is a daughter of McLean's Music, the dam half to Complexity, who is a very good 2-year-old, also by McLean's Music, and has become a very good sire of young horses too. Also a half-sister to Valadorna, who is multiple graded stakes placed and a graded stakes winner. She actually ran second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile as a 2-year-old. So some precocity in the pedigree, Greg. At 15-1, I would definitely use her underneath.
Yeah, you mentioned Complexity, of course, a Grade 1 winner and a pretty hot sire right now, so 15-1 for the Kenny McPeak barn right off the bat. Here's the other filly coming out of that common race with Stunner, who's the odds-on favorite, who set the pace that day.
She did. Hey, Everybody, which is a fun name. But she did. She set the pace that day. There were 2 Todd Pletchers in that field, and she was the one that was the bigger price of the 2, but the one that just looked better suited to the conditions. And Senza Parole was one of those horses that I think coming into that race was a little bit underneath the radar, and she was just so dominant when getting out onto the track and being able to do her thing. Her ability really shined. And so the others, you do see Hey Everybody, which I don't love, hanging on the left lead till very late. She finally did end up switching and flattening to third. And I mention that because she did not switch leads in that 2-year-old sales work either, where she went 10 flat. So I think that maybe some things that she has to work on, but she should be quick early on. Last weekend, we did see inside speed be really beneficial as well. We've had a little bit of rain on the forecast, so obviously don't keep that in mind either. But I think both horses coming out of the Senza Parole race with that experience are very going to be very tough in here.
But it's one of them taking all the money. It's Stunner. Part of that probably
she took a lot of money first time out, too.
Yeah, she was a 4-5 favorite in that Senza Parole race, but huge work. According to the DRF Clocker report, against an older, more experienced maiden. Put that one away, allegedly. Stunner's coming out of it. So going the right way since that debut. 2-5 here in the rematch with Hey Everybody for Todd Pletcher as we kick off this Thursday card. Early pick 5 starts here as the speedster backs out of the gate momentarily. Dylan Davis, and still doesn't want to cooperate. Being a little stubborn here with 1 left to load to the outside. Send it upstairs to Chris Griffin.
Front of the gate open there for the 6. Hey everybody. Now is in. Jenkin. Manny Franco. Last to load. And in. All set. And they're off. Off a step slow and also broke inward was Windflower as the early trailer. Stunner right out towards the front, flashes the early speed, and Stunner is up by a half length. Hey Everybody is on the paces, right there stalking from second. Tight hold here, Bottomless Mimosa is moving through to the inside. Is now a shared 3rd and 4th with Jenkin, who's out wider. Towards the back end is going to be Found Grace with slow starting Windflower, the trailer. They work up the backstretch and they went 21-4 for the opening quarter mile. Stunner's got the lead. It's Stunner with 4 furlongs left to travel. Hey Everybody is still within range but loses a touch of ground, a 1.5 length margin now as Stunner is trying to skip away. Back there in 3rd is Bottomless Mimosa, is called upon for the effort, not cutting the margin yet, and Jenkin is still 4th. From the back here comes a rally from Windflower. Windflower and Junior Alvarado, they're on the move and making up some ground but still have about 6.5 lengths to make up as Stunner reaches the top of the stretch. Stunner hugs the rail and Stunner now kicks away and kicks for home. It is all Stunner trying to open up on this field, is doing just that. Stunner is just sprinting away here, approaching the final furlong now. 5, 6 widening lengths in front, approaching the final 16th. Stunner is a short price, but Stunner will get the job done. Quick look back from Flavien Prat. No danger. Stunner wins the opener. Stunner wins it over Hey Everybody. Then came Jenkin and Bottomless Mimosa in 1 minute 16 seconds flat.
Stunner absolutely dominant here in start number 2, and she broke as sharp as she did. Looked like it was going to be her day.
She absolutely did, and you heard Maggie in those pre-race comments with the experience and the way that she was acting today, showing a little bit more speed, and that's exactly what happened. And Flavien Prat was not going to take anything away from her, getting her on the front end, and they just went 1-2 around. Certainly flattering Senza Parole as the 2 horses that were 2nd and 3rd behind her come back, and Stunner wins so impressively like this when she was the one that was actually taking all that money at first asking.
How much does this flatter that filly, who was just sensational in her debut for Chad Brown? Dominant performance here. Quick early, 2:44-4 for the half. Impressive performance from Stunner as we go down to Maggie.
Well, as you just mentioned, Greg, that time, 1:16 flat. We'll see how that holds up and compares throughout the day, but that feels very, very quick here for this 6.5 furlongs for a 2-year-old filly. So as you mentioned, that Senza Parole race looking to be very, very sharp and key, maybe going forward here. But no doubt about it, Stunner really impressive, and her co-owner, Jamie Roth of L&J Foxwoods, present here, and I'm sure very proud of her young juvenile.
You see Pratt taking a look back. He would have had to take do about a 180 to try and find someone coming. There was nobody there. 5, 6, 7, 4, long way back to Hey Everybody, who, wow, the Stunner. See what's next for her. But obviously we know that the filly that beat her first time out, massive quality, but this one has some big quality about her as well.
She does, and I'd actually joked in her first start, said you don't name a filly Stunner unless she really is, and obviously with Spun Beauty in the pedigree, but she is a very well put together filly that looks like she has a promising future, and certainly showed it. You know, when you are such a short price in a 2-year-old race like this, even at second asking, when you have some experience, you have to go out there and do it impressively, and I thought she won about as easily as you could possibly see this afternoon.
Yeah, this was never in question from the time the gates open in there. So 1-4 favorite kicks off this Thursday card. Still to come, the John Hettinger, 1 1/8 on the grass. Good group that's going to line up for this one in here. And Moon Age Daydream, of course, coming off that win in the Yaddo. That was at a price, not going to be near that price today. And then Silver Skillet, nowhere near the front, which was so successful for her when she won that Port Washington last time out.
She always runs her best races when She's 1, 2, 3 and part of the early pace, and I think especially if she's able to control things. She's shown that she's not necessarily need the lead type, but being forward. And last time out, she was taken a hold of and was also 3 wide throughout as well. And she just didn't really have a kick when asked. Now, for her, a bit of a question today will be how much rain the turf has taken. If there is a little bit of cut in it, she's not a filly that loves a softer turf, but we'll see. And I would expect that she's going to be sharper today. Also, a mile and an eighth might be stretching her just a little bit too. So she does have some questions to answer off the back of that last performance.
Well, top 3 and 4 out of the 5 top finishers coming out of the Yaddo last time out. That was won by Moon Age Daydream, who went off at 13-1 that day with Jose Ortiz in there. It's going to be Pratt this afternoon, but Marvelous Maud ran a big effort. And What Loves looked like, it's her first start in a while for Todd Pletcher, who ran big, who's usually more forward, was not in this race.
No, and I think that Moon Age Daydream ended up getting the type of trip that you had anticipated Silver Skillet would get in that Yaddo. And she was able to be forwardly placed with 2 horses that were trying the turf for the first time. But given the way the pace played out, I thought that Marvelous Maud ran very, very well to be closing because she had been very flat prior to that in the Port Washington, a distant third, a fourth, and had not really kicked on at all. So she kind of came back with a good effort last time out. And as far as What Love looks like as well, she's a horse that did have that layoff, and she certainly could have a stronger performance today.
Distance, do you think a question 2 for Moon Age Daydream?
It is a bit, yeah. She's on the smaller side. I actually wondered if last time in the auto was a little bit long for her. So the mile and an eighth is going to be a test for her as well.
All right, that is coming up later in the card. That's race 6, 3:40 Eastern start time, part of that Pick 6 carryover that begins in race 3, 44,000 plus. As we take a look at today's action, presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 3 will kick it off as mentioned. Late pick 5 begins in the 4th in that John Hettinger we just talked about. Race 6, the race we alluded to when we opened up the show, that 7th race. I cannot wait for that race. 1 turn mile on the dirt, and there's a lot of talent in that group.
There is, and some older horses that are coming back as well. See if we can see Blazing Sevens get back on track towards the end of the year.
Stunning in start number 2 here from start to finish. Just dominant in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. She breaks her maiden for Brad Cox, L&J Foxwoods, with Flavien Prat in the irons. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
I'm pleased to be joined by Jamie Roth of L&J Foxwoods. And Jamie, stunner, really running to the backing that she received first time out. Obviously ran into a very talented filly and Senza Parole, but she ran very fast today in winning.
Yeah, we've always thought highly of her. We did run into probably one of the best, if not the best, 2-year-old right now. So it's always kind of who you run into, but she came out good. We were excited to see her run today. Had high expectations, but doesn't always pan out. But she did her job well.
You put so much thought into your names when giving a horse, what they're going to race under. Talk a little bit about landing on Stunner.
This wasn't so much a play on Dam and Sire as most of mine are. We knew she'd been training really well. And have too many names on reserve and was ready to give up a good one, and we felt she was the most deserving of all our 2-year-olds. So, well, the name, like Stunner, hoping she'd run stunningly. So,
definitely did today. I think living up to that here. You'll also have a busy weekend, as you were mentioning. You're running Scotland in the Vosburg, and I thought, really, it feels like Bill Mott and the team understanding this horse and really getting the best out of him at the moment.
Yeah, he's an interesting horse. If you remember Bill's interview last time, he's like, man, I can't figure this horse out. He was a little light. I didn't love his coat, but then he goes and wins. And now he's doing really well. So who knows? But he's a cool horse. And it's so nice to have a homebred that I'm happy watching him even on the track. And hopefully he runs well. I mean, he's a good horse. He's definitely, a little quirky, but I'm excited to be here, in New York, get to see him close by.
Well, his last race was pretty breathtaking, to say the least.
It was. It reminded me a little bit of the Curlin, and it felt good because it's not like any of his races prior to the last race were bad. He was running seconds to good horses, but to see him have that breakout this year was nice.
Well, wishing you the best of luck with him. Hopefully, Larry, your dad, can be in attendance here at Aqueduct with a winner.
I'll give a little dad. It's okay. You're not the reason a horse loses, but it's worth being here when they run well like today.
Well, glad you're here, and thank you so much. And like I said, best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, Jamie Roth of L&J Fox was looking to have a big weekend, but it started off in style here on this Thursday with Stunner. Greg.
Yeah, some good mojo to begin things. Big future potentially for Stunner, and brought up Scotland for L&J Foxwoods. We'll see this weekend that Grade 3 Vosburg horse looked like this could be tremendous going longer. That Curlin last year is a 3-year-old, 99 buyer, beat among others, blazing sevens in that race, but coming off a big effort at 7/8.
And I think kind of what we heard in that interview as well is Bill taking the patience and the time to understand the horse and thinking that shorter actually is better for him. You know, he's not the biggest, though he does have a beautiful long stride to him, and he was able to get those distances, but I think that he's so much more potent at a shorter distance, and I thought that his win at 7 furlongs in Saratoga last time out was really impressive. Love that they're keeping him short, and he makes it very interesting in a race like the Vosburg. He adds an interesting layer to it if he's going to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, tremendous Saturday card, which we'll talk a lot more about coming up later on in the show. Let's move on to race 2. Early pick 4 kicks off here at 6 furlongs. New York breds allowance optional claiming race on the main track. And this race changed a lot with the 7 coming out. The other speed to try and go with Athena Beach. With Sue Ellen Mishkin gone, is Athena Beach gone?
She should be clear in here, absolutely. That was the only horse in the race that looked like she was going to be able to have any early foot to outfoot her or keep her honest on the front end. And so Athena Beach, she's also one that sometimes doesn't break the quickest, but I think that's usually when she's drawn inside. She's drawn outside today. And Jose Gomez knows this horse well and is going to be able to get her into stride and get her on the front end.
She should be your post-time favorite in here and likely alone on the front end here as we kick off that early pick 4 next in race 2. We're going to step aside. Short timeout, just getting started on our Thursday action here on Fox Sports 2, and an impressive winner in that debut for the Brad Cox Barn. Stay with us.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Nauru Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995. A lot of history at this racetrack, and I say it a lot too. If you go out and actually sit in these seats behind us, there's not a better view in the sport from here at Aqueduct.
Oh, no, it's so true. And we love our Aqueduct fans that come here each and every day and enjoy the racing here at the Big A. I know that sometimes Aqueduct gets a little bit of a bad rap, but we love it because it really is the city's racetrack. And the racing has been so good here as well. And there is a lot of history here. There's a lot of character. Aqueduct's like New York City. It's not trying to be something that it's not.
Yeah, it's going to be sad when we say goodbye to Aqueduct.
Yeah.
We'll get to enjoy it for a little while longer before we make that move permanently to Belmont. Take a look at what's ahead this week's stakes schedule. Some big ones coming up both Saturday and Sunday. Farbridge going to try and do it again on the front end. It's going to be a little bit tougher.
Drawn to the outside post, certainly not ideal for him, as we've talked about a lot. He's a horse that tends to lug in, and again with that draw, and kind of everybody knows the game plan now. It was a little bit of a surprise last time out with Joel Rosario, but he's such a cool horse. He's training so well, and really excited to see him get to run again.
All right, a lot to look forward to coming up the rest of this week. Right now, it's race 2. The pick 4 again starts here. Fillies and Mares, 6 furlong sprint coming up, and Mozienko 9-5 co-favorite. Athena Beach will be favored at post time, and that's the one everyone's got to catch. But Mozienko's got some big races to go back to an 11-time winner. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Greg, this is one of those kind of annoying races for me as someone who looks at these horses physically, because the horse that stands out the most and looks best is the longest shot on the board. That's number 1, and that's Clover Street. She's gonna have to come back off of a layoff, which does concern me a bit. She's a little bit warm. But last time, when we saw her way back when in February, 7 months ago, more than that, she was wired by Bonadeux on a track that was very kind to speed horses, as you often see kind of in the middle of winter here at the Big A. So a little bit against it, but now she's been gone for all that time. And she looks sensational here. She's a big, robust filly that really kind of carries her conditioning well, but on top of that, looks fairly fit. Like I said, has gotten a little warm. It's very humid and warm as a day, so some horses you're going to naturally see be that way. But just looking at her, I'm wondering if maybe a start's needed, but I think she's coming back in the right kind of way for Mark Hennig, as we'll take a look at your current favorite, and that's number 5, Mozienko, who yet again is coming off a little bit of a layoff. Rick Dutrow went in and claimed her for the 62 last time out, 62.5 to be exact. Puts her back here at 445. I think makes sense. It's not a precipitous drop, but a spot that makes sense for a horse that is coming off of a poor effort. But I often do wonder when it comes to Masienko, is Father Time catching up a little bit with this 7-year-old mare? For Dennis Lawman had her so long and did so well with her. And I remember talking with Dennis, who only has 1 or 2 horses at a time. He really has the capability of taking his time and displaying patience with his horses. And he said to me in numerous interviews, look, Masienko is a filly that you can't be too tough on. You kind of have to let her go out, let her decide what she's going to do that particular day. And so sometimes in bigger outfits, that's just not going to play. Now, physically, she'll trade here for Masienko, knowing her, and how she can sometimes look great, rich, hydrated coat to her. Her weight's okay for her, but I just wonder, the last few performances have not been the same Masienko from years past. Greg?
9 to 5 second choice in here. And again, the one they all got to catch. This one right here, Athena Beach. Big effort in defeat last start. Came up just short against cousin Christy. She is quick, and she's in sharp form right now. We'll be back with the Pick 4 next.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first-crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Pick 4 time coming up as we approach the 5-minute mark to post. 6 furlongs. Fillies and mares 3 and up. And we start with Clover Street, who caught Maggie's eye in the paddock.
And she's a horse that is cutting back in distance off the layoff as well. Her better races have been going a bit shorter. She's interesting if she can take a step forward. She was in pretty good form before that layoff.
Gone and forgotten 11-time winner.
Yes, but it's been a long time since one of those wins. She's one of those horses that also has 8 seconds and 6/3, and lately that's what she's been doing.
Big effort, though, against Athena Beach. That was at Saratoga back this summer. Here's Foxy Cara, comes off a win.
She finally got to the winner's circle last time out. She got the right kind of pace, and she also probably looked the best that I'd ever seen her that day in Saratoga.
Mosienko, it's first off the claim, Rick Dutrow Jr.
And I think Maggie's concerns are warranted with a mare like this, a 7-year-old. Look, she's a cool horse. She often shows up and does her thing.
And Athena Beach, now she does become the favorite, and with the 7 out, looks even more dangerous.
That speed, very dangerous. As I mentioned before we started talking about this race, though, she's sometimes not the quickest out of the gate. And last time out, Cousin Christy was able to get ahead of her. But given the fact that she's drawn towards the outside, her hand's not going to be forced so much, whereas 2 starts back when drawn from the rail, when she didn't break that sharply, she kind of had to rush up into the race. And I think that being where she's drawn 5 of 5 in this field, she'll be able to kind of gradually get into position where she needs to be.
She's even money right now as we approach the 4-minute mark to post. Jose Gomez, back aboard. See if she can do one better than just missing last time out. You can download free Equibase past performances, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys at NYRA.com/TV schedule. So download those now, follow along. We'll see if anyone could beat this short-priced favorite. Let's go back to the start. Back on August 28th. Was a little bit slow, bobbled a bit out of the gate, did not make the lead. And Cousin Chrissy, Luis Saez just ever so gently, continually coming out of it in the stretch.
A little bit. Now, he was going right-handed, but yes, there was a little drifting going on here. And maybe that intimidated Athena Beach to not be able to go by her. She was very game. But yes, it was just enough race riding right on the line and just missing that tight photo finish. But I think one of the keys of that as well is that with some of Athena Beach's antics, as we've kind of talked about in our last couple of starts, Luis Saez and Cousin Christy were able to secure the lead early on, where Athena Beach was forced to kind of sit just off her hip.
Let's go back to Maggie.
And that was the day, too, where you wanted to be more on the inside with that speed. And it was kind of, displayed in that race, how the track was tilted that way with Cousin Christy on the inside and Athena Beach just pressing her the whole way around there. They, as you guys just watched, finished 1-2 quite closely. Athena Beach, I get why she can win on paper. Her last 2 races are definitely fast and faster than most in here. And she's going to play catch me if you can. And with one race with a heavy favorite winning, did so on the front end. And Sunday, we saw a lot of horses with exaggerated performances whilst being the speed. That being said, I never really love the way she looks, to be honest. She just doesn't carry much weight. She gets herself really hot and washy prior to her starts. I can never endorse her from my perspective, but look, I completely get why she is and should be the favorite in here. Now, Acacia, it's funny you say that about number 4, Foxy Cara. I was like, wow, that's the best Foxy Cara's ever looked. Maybe that win really got her, got her confidence up. I guess she looked that way last time too, because she's one that struggles to carry some weight, looks better than ever today. Also one that kind of is quiet and really kind of sucked into herself, not really bold and bright. Ears up today, striding out. Maybe Foxy Cara's turning a bit of a corner where she has been the equine chandelier throughout most of her career, but sometimes all it takes is one start to really get a horse to gain that confidence and figure out how good winning can be, Greg.
13-1. Thanks, Maggie. Look, she'd been close to Athena Beach before, but Athena Beach has just become a much better and different filly since that meeting.
Well, I think tactically, that's where Athena Beach has the advantage in here, right? And it's good to hear from Maggie. We often tag team and have similar thoughts on the appearances of horses. But Foxy Cara, she got the setup that she needed last time as well. And oftentimes she does make that big run where it looks like she's going to get there. And then she ends up finishing second or third. And I remember speaking to Eric Cancel after that last race. And he said, I was so nervous that she was going to pull herself up on me and not kind of kick on and finish. But she actually did finish in the race last time. And maybe that is by virtue of the fact that she's just doing well. Sometimes, especially with fillies or mares as they start to get older, the biggest thing you can really do, it's not even a training method, is just to keep them sweet, keep them happy, make sure they're not getting sour. And if it's a filly that's just doing well at the moment, you often see that sometimes horses run a really big race when they come back and do it again. The biggest thing for her, though, is that she does need a pace setup.
But still, even if she runs back to that race last start, that's not even in the ballpark, is it?
No, it's not. And look, she's coming up from a first level allowance into the 2 other than, as we say, in here. So she's going to be facing horses that are just much more accomplished, much more seasoned. I mean, you even have Gone and Forgotten, for instance, as you mentioned, Mosienko, that are 11-time winners, just horses that have a lot more foundation, a lot more seasoning, and have been at this level now for a little while. So sometimes that really is the biggest jump from the first level allowance into the second level.
And then this one here, Mosienko, look, this is the 11-time winner. She's won over $650,000. She's taken the biggest class drop of anyone in the field.
She is. She's a cool horse. She often really shows up, and Dennis Lallman, who had her for a long time, did a terrific job with her. She comes back off a bit of a layoff, and that's kind of been a little bit of the hiccups with her in her last few starts. She hasn't raced much in 2024, just 4 starts so far, and she ran opening week of Saratoga, and we haven't seen her since then, and it was a disappointing effort. But as you mentioned, facing tougher company than what she has today. Maybe a little bit of time from the races actually would do her well. So we'll see if that does help her coming back into this spot.
And it's not just Sue Ellen Michigan, the 7 coming out, the other primary speed. Even the other one that could have potentially, I think, put any pressure. The 2 is out, backed by Gold. Can anyone put any kind of heat on this favorite?
My only thought would be the 3 Gone and Forgotten. I mean, she's a horse that sometimes actually breaks sharpest. She's quick out of the gate. She's not necessarily a speed horse. I don't know if Manny Franco will decide to take the lead, but we've certainly seen him in the past be aggressive with horses like that and say, okay, maybe I've got to beat her at her own game. And also for a horse like Gone and Forgotten, who does have all those wins, but it's been a long time since she's done that, maybe being aggressive with her early on actually would help, as she's not going to be closing and just miss.
She finished ahead of Athena Beach. That was at Delaware at a mile not that long ago. It was back in May of this year, but totally different circumstances in that race, different distance as well. And there she is, loading with Franco, trying to pick up the 12th win of her career. So will Manny try and at least stay close to what looks to be the lone speed and the odds-on favorite, Athena Beach? 2 very short prices to kick off the early double. And we saw the 1-4 favorite oblige in the opener with an impressive win. We'll see what Athena Beach does here. There she is with Jose Gomez. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Athena Beach breaks very well from the far outside and has the early speed and is quickly up by a length and a half. Switching right to the outside, Gone and Forgotten has moved out towards the 2 path, got off the rail to chase the runaway leader. Following them, here comes Mosienko, and Mosienko is now tracking from 3rd. Clover Street is at the rail, is in 4th. The Triller, Foxy Kara, they're chasing Athena Beach. Athena Beach will take them into the far turn, got right to the front and went 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Here comes Mosienko ready to challenge, and Mosienko within a neck of the lead. Gone and Forgotten is trying to keep up from 3rd as Clover Street has now switched to the outside, is in pursuit from 4th. The Trailer, Foxy Kara, they're approaching a quarter mile left to go, and Athena Beach has the lead, but Mosienko is traveling up alongside, and Mosienko is ready to challenge that leader. Mosienko and Athena Beach, and they brush, and they are approaching a final furlong, and Athena Beach is finding more to the inside. Mosienko is trying everything to push on by. Athena Beach is still there. Athena Beach now extending the margin once again inside the final 16th. Athena Beach, very game, gutsy. Athena Beach will get the victory. Mosienko 2nd, then Gone and Forgotten. Foxy Kara and Clover Street in 1 minute 10 flat.
Well, Athena Beach easily getting to the front, but then Mosienko, Flavien Prat, saying, I got to do something here, trying to put the heat on. It looked like the big favorite might be in trouble for a little bit.
It looks like Mosienko might go by her, but the recency, the foundation that we talked about with Athena Beach definitely helped. And boy, they put on a show. The 7-year-old mare and the 4-year-old filly here, Athena Beach, claiming that inside speed position. And just 2 races and 2 short prices, but it is something to keep an eye on. Like Maggie touched on what we saw last Sunday with horses being on the front end and kind of having those exaggerated performances. But Athena Beach, we talked about the tactical advantage, and she had that again today, able to set the pace, whereas Mosienko, who broke slowly at the start as well, was stuck then kind of rushing up to press her and to chase her. So we're going to see the 5 Mosienko break slowly at the start and kind of be up against it right from the beginning, whereas in the red cap to the outside, Athena Beach, she actually broke cleanly today, but just what we talked about with that outside post, gradually moving over, and Jose Gomez did a beautiful job of getting her into that forward position.
So at this point, it looks like it's just game over, but then Pratt says, let's make a race of this. And Mosienko pressures the big favorite, Athena Beach, and it looked like the 3-5 favorite was in deep waters here, but she finds more in the stretch, and she's just in better form right now.
She is. She's in good form right now, and Mosienko had not run since July 14th, so she had maybe a little bit of the layoff to contend with, whereas Athena Beach did have the recency. She's a horse that kind of has that way of going where she has to be out forward. But listen, she's won quite a bit of races. This is her 6th win in 11 starts. I think everybody would enjoy being a part of a horse like that.
Tough, too, to break bad like Mosienko did, then had to rush up in a fight against the quality of this kind of a filly who's so good on the front end. So we'll see. Now this track's playing, but two very logical ones who we expected to kind of do this, get it done here to kick things off. 6-5-3-4 finish. Jose Gomez on Athena Beach. Two odds-on favorites to begin things. We open things up. I think the race get a little bit tougher from here on out. We're going to look ahead, as we talked about, to the weekend, and she'll try again against the boys and try and repeat like she did last year. Warlike Goddess, so good at these longer distances on the grass. Could she do it again in the Joe Hurst Turf Classic?
$1 million, did I hear? $1 million, $1 million on a fee, $1,400,000 on a pie, $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $1,600,000, $1,500,000, $150,000 and a half, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in and spending your Thursday with us here on America's Day at the Races. We are brought to you by NyraBets, the only way to play the races. As we just saw a popular winner, though, in today's second race, as Athena Beach takes some gates of wire. And pleased to be joined by winning pilot Jose Gomez. And Jose, you've been on this mare in the past, Filly. I feel like she's older. But today, really aggressive ride, and it paid off.
Yeah, of course. I feel like, this win was a little long overdue. Last time up there, I probably should have got put up, but whatever. It's the past. We made it up to we made up for it today. She broke great. Was in control the whole way. When I let her, it was time for her to go, she kicked on.
Acacia and Greg were covering and showing that last race. Luis Saez just kind of, skating the line there a little bit. But we were talking about the track. It feels really fast today.
Real tight right now. The little bit of rain we got, really seemed to pack it down, and it's pretty quick.
Do you feel as though, obviously, we've had two short price horses win on the front end. Last Sunday, though, we saw horses be forwardly placed and win. Do you feel like it's carrying horses?
Yeah, of course. Aqueduct always seems to be like that, when, especially when they work it and, it's fresh, we've been out for it. And, like I said, this little bit of rain really helped pack it down. And like we said, seems to be carrying speed very well.
You're hoping that speed falls apart, though, in the feature or co-feature coming up a little bit later. Maybe I'm, setting them up for this because you're on one of my favorite horses, a big price, but Curbstone coming up in the 7th.
Yeah, it seems to be a real competitive race. And what I like about him, you know, he can seem to do whatever, you know, whatever you want from him. So we'll just try to be tactical and hope for the best.
Make sure he gets out of the gate this time.
Of course.
I know you will do that. Jose, congratulations here at Athena Beach.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, always a pleasure to catch up with Jose Gomez. Literally, Craig, I have never seen him in a bad mood.
Part of why he's so successful, just that positive energy. He loves what he's doing. We've got to keep in mind, too, the former Eclipse Award winner is Outstanding Apprentice. He just had his first ever career win like the other day, October 28th of 21. Now, that was a few years ago, but he is incredibly young.
Well, I feel like we've really gotten a chance here in New York to follow through his journey. We got a chance to see him win his first stakes race at Saratoga, watching him get on some of these bigger horses, watching him be able to ride 3 to 5 favorites here in New York. And he's cut his teeth in the toughest jockey colony, and he's continuing to make his mark now as a journeyman rider, and I totally agree. It's just a pleasure to be around and to talk to, and a very, very good rider.
We move to the grass, mile and 16th coming up in our next race for New York Reds maiden special weight, all trying to get that first win. What am I missing with Amplitude? Is this Chad Brown horse moving to dirt? I know that race came off in the debut. Deserve to be this short a price?
I know that he was entered to run on the turf first time out, and he actually ran quite well, finishing second just by a neck. So I'm guessing it's off of that. But he's never actually been on the turf before. I thought there were a couple of others who were very intriguing as well. Some interesting first-time turfers or horses getting back to the turf too. Look, maybe he just really is far and above the horse to be getting on his preferred surface. But I thought it was a bit of an intriguing race.
7-5 favorite right now on the board here at the track. We'll get to more on this third. Starts the pick 6 carryover of $44,000 as well. So get those pick 6 tickets together. So we take a look ahead again, what's coming up on Saturday. 4 graded stakes, including that grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic and the Supermare. We'll try and repeat in the ABR Race of the Week. 12-time winner, $2.87 million in earnings for Warlike Goddess.
Yeah, she's just been remarkable, and actually looking to win this Joe Hirsch for the 3rd time, which is kind of amazing, especially as she's a 7-year-old mare and has been going against the boys. And you know, we did those backstretch heroes features in Saratoga, and one of them was on Brittany Troxell, who gallops for Bill and is a regular rider for Warlike Goddess in the mornings. And she actually came by me yesterday morning up at Saratoga on Warlike Goddess. I was standing in the shed row, my husband's bar next door, and she said, "Watch out, she's feeling extra spicy this morning." So she is definitely feeling fresh coming into this, which is really fun to see for a 7-year-old still putting.
Was that Farbridge she's running down? No, I'm kidding. This
no.
was last year.
Yeah, this was her win last year, and coming in off a 2nd place finish in the Flower Bowl, in which I thought she actually ran very well, given the fact that Idea Generation ran off of the front end and held the pace.
Yeah, was that the biggest shocker of the entire meet for you, Idea Generation?
I think one of, yeah, for sure. We knew that she was in there. We knew that she was in there to set the pace, and we knew that she was a horse that always had some high expectations. But I think given the quality of the field that she was facing, I don't think people quite expected her to stay up on the front end.
7 years old now. She just does not stop. I mean, she's still as good, it seems like, is just about as good as she's ever been.
She is, and like I said, I mean, she is fiery, she is spicy, and that's just how she is. And, you know, you see that with her in the paddock before her races, you see that in how she trains, and for George Krikorian, who owns this horse as well, to keep her in training for another year as well, she certainly doesn't have much more to prove. Makes it a lot of fun for fans.
See if she can pick up 13th win of her career as we take a look at 2-time winners of this race. She'll try and make it 3, but look at that list. Channel Maker, English Channel, some big names on there.
There's also a theme, English Channel, and then 2 progeny of English Channel.
Yeah, well done.
They like this race.
Junior will be back aboard, and we'll see what the goal is again. What do you think it would be? Boys?
Well, Farbridge?
No, for Warlike Goddess.
Oh, into the Breeders' Cup.
Turf?
No, I don't know.
I guess it depends who's going to show up.
Yeah, it does.
Farbridge, this was a surprise, beating that duo from Godolphin, and more so the way that he did it.
He did. He set the pace and went out to the front end, and this was just, like I said, classic Joel Rosario at his best, saving a little something for the stretch after going 1.5 miles on the front end. And when you're able to repel the quality of a horse like Measure Time, I think that really shows some quality too. We talked about the fact that he is a horse that has the tendency to lug in, kind of run with his head turned out. He's a little bit of a quirky individual. So being on the front end, he got to stay on the rail throughout. If you look back through his past races, he runs best when he's able to kind of dive down to the inside too. So far outside post for him is going to be a challenge just by virtue of his quirkiness and the way that he likes to run. But Joel Rosario, familiar with him now. I don't know what the tactics, what the plan is, but he's also a son of English Channel, so he's got that going for him.
Yeah, it's a good thing to have, certainly in this race. Probably, even if he can't get the lead, it's going to be tough with Get Smokin' in the race. Still can be close, but Get Smokin' went to the front in the United Nations and led every step of the way.
Yeah, this was kind of a remarkable race because it looked like at any point he was going to be swallowed up, but largely the pace held together in this race. 24 was in second throughout. He held on third. Grand Sonata, the one on the rail, kind of the only one really making up much ground late, closing throughout there. But we have seen some horses come back and run well, including Grand Sonata out of that race. And the speed of Get Smokin' is definitely his best weapon. We've seen him win some big races like that.
Yeah, Manuel coming back too had some issues early in that race, but a big finish late. We'll see if that horse can improve a bit. Blinker's going to go on Saturday.
Right, for Emmanuel, a horse that has been a bit more forward in the past. I don't think he's nearly as fast as Get Smokin' is. And then also last time out was at Kentucky Downs, and Goliad was a horse that had just run, I think, a week before that at Kentucky Downs as well, and really seemed to handle that course. Some horses just don't handle it as well.
Going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Another big one coming up over the weekend. Grade 2 Woodward, and another horse that looks like he could control on the front end potentially. Just like he did in the Charlestown Classic, Skippy Longstocking. He'll be the one to catch, looking for the 10th win of his career and looking to go over $3 million in earnings. We'll have a preview next.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at Naira Tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2, you're watching America's Day at the Races as we get set for a Pick 6 carryover. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well.
Four go moves on the outside, fifth. There's a quarter of a mile to the finish. Soy numero uno on the inside, between horses. Honest Pleasure on the outside. Dance Spell, 3 of them across the track, and 4 go, gaining on them in the middle of the track. There's a furlong to the finish. Dance Spell leads on the inside. Soy numero uno. Here comes 4 go on the outside. 4 go on the far outside gets the lead. It's 4 go in front.
Our Shoemaker aboard 4 go for the very first time in his career, winning 4 go a 3rd straight. Woodward carrying 135 pounds, high weight in this field, and he was just 2/5 off the track record carrying that weight. Secretariat had the record, carrying 124 pounds a couple of years earlier.
What an incredible horse 4 go was, too. Like you said, 3-time Woodward. Just looking back on those races are always fun. Of course, champion many, many times and inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1979. But looking to see that durability and that power of a horse like 4 go really makes it fun looking back on the history of this race.
3 bad legs, too.
Yeah.
And he was doing that. Just incredible. This year's edition, compact field coming up, and K-Army likely not going to run, right? That's a definite?
That's a definite,
okay,
yes.
so
scratching.
4-horse field. Talk about Skippy Longstocking going to break and just controlled things from the outset in that Charlestown Classic last start.
Yes, and he's had success at Charlestown as well. Back-to-back Charlestown Classic wins and using his speed and that small kind of bull ring track over there, but pulling away and winning impressively. He was a horse that I thought was going to run a bit better in the Whitney, and he was pressing Arthur's Ride, who was able to wire the field, not able to sustain that, but I thought that he had a pretty good effort in the Stephen Foster as well. He's a horse that's always kind of right there. He's on the cusp of being up to the level of some of the top older horses, and he's able to win races like the Charlestown Classic, like the Challenger down at Tampa. Obviously great to see him get those graded stakes wins, but not quite up to the level of the elite older horse division. Maybe with the company he's going to be facing and his tactical advantage over a horse like Croupi in the short field in the Woodward, it could be his day to pick up another one.
The 1 1/8, this first turn comes up super quick, draws the rail, and he's looks like he can open up on this field early, and they're going to have to all try and chase and run him down. Let's get more from Maggie on what we're going to see this weekend.
I think we're going to see my man Skippy Longstocking in the winner's circle for the Woodward, Greg, as, well, he endeared me when he basically left 3 love bites on my shoulder prior to the Oaklawn handicap. But a horse that, when you go 2 back to the Whitney, he was left reeling in the wake of Arthur's Ride, who really put on a tour de force that day. And horses that were left chasing Arthur's Ride really were spinning their wheels late. So, yes, Croupi was the one who took advantage of the fact that those more forwardly placed horses behind Arthur's Ride kind of started to fade. And Croupi has a patented running style in which he is definitely a late closer. In his defense, he does like it here at Saratoga, 2-time Aqueduct, 2-time stakes winner here at the Big A. But as Acacia said, dynamics are not in his favor, where it looks as though Skippy Longstocking is the fastest of the fast in here, and I'm not sure if anybody's going to be able to apply pressure and therefore set it up for Croupi. Craig?
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be tough. That is coming up, race 4, 1:38 Eastern start time, Saturday, Grade 2 Woodward. As we get to our post parade for this third, here's ISO Marshall Katie Davis, and one who has hit the board on a couple of occasions on the grass.
Yeah, I think better on the turf and getting back to the surface that he prefers. Amplitude,
so first time on turf for Chad Brown.
Getting onto the turf for the first time, the dam is the sister to Montgomery's Arch, who was Group 1 placed over in Europe, but has yet to actually run on the grass.
Sebastian the first for Jose Delgado.
Has been gelded, does have a pretty good race 2 starts back where he was forwardly placed.
Jose Gomez going by and Vitalize gets to the turf.
It does have a sibling that won on the grass as well, and Central Bankers can certainly handle it.
Midnight Legend, the second dam, was actually a multiple stakes winner on the grass.
She was, and the dam's only win was on the turf. She's produced 1 foal to win on the grass as well.
Flame Rock Fire could be controlling the pace.
Yes, was off slow on debut, but showed much improved speed sprinting last time out. You'd expect stretching out should be forward.
Daybright Delight's good race to go back to last start when she just came up short.
Another one who was more forward stretching out last time out.
And New York Scrappy was just behind him that day.
He was, and he's much better on the turf. Glad that they're staying on the grass here.
Turf debut for Belmont's Concord Spirit.
There's not a ton of turf pedigree in the bottom side, though there is some synthetic. There was a sibling who was a 4-time synthetic winner, and the dam toasting much more of a dirt horse, but grade 3 placed on synthetic.
Patronage coming back, intriguing here for Todd Pletcher. Hasn't been seen since August of 23.
It's funny, since August of 23, looks like he wants longer that day. So he does get to go longer, which is interesting, being by Cantharos, and a horse that had the running style to suggest more distance would suit.
This is the sequence. It is difficult today. I was talking about it with Andy a little bit. And maybe the next race, race 4, Beautiful Thief, probably going to be the shortest price in the sequence.
I would.
Although, I don't know, 8 to 5 is awfully short on Amplitude.
She's very short. Excuse me, I keep wanting to call her a she as well. He is very short right now, very sharp out on the track. But I don't know. I mean, maybe he's just going to be the best horse overall in here. But I felt like this was a race that you might want a little bit of coverage in for the first leg of the pick 6. Maybe you have a ticket where you lean on this one, and maybe another with a little bit more coverage. Did run very well, but that was on a sealed sloppy track and on debut on the main track. So we'll see what he does getting to what could be his preferred surface.
And got to save a lot of ground in this race too. But may like it. It was a wet track, and maybe that bodes well for shifting to the turf and how this will project out onto the grass. Chad Brown has the ability, horses who even have 0 pedigree, somehow he gets them to run on turf.
It's true. Well, sometimes, it's funny looking on paper. I have found, and I'm curious what Maggie's thoughts are, but I have found personally, sometimes when you look on the pedigree and you're like, there's not much to go on. Why is he running on this horse on the turf? And then you look in the paddock and you're like, oh, I see it. I understand what Chad's thoughts are here. And then sometimes it's a little bit counterintuitive as well. But you know that he's tried everything out.
So 8 to 5 favorite regardless. This seems like a short price. Maggie, your thoughts here on Amplitude?
I wrote more turf first time out. So yes, I do believe that this is the surface that Amplitude will want to run on. Furthermore though, he actually ran a lot better on the main track than I thought he would, because he acted like a horse and looked like a horse that wasn't necessarily cranked up to win first time out. And I think Chad kept him in for the fact that he knew that this horse would benefit from a start because he's so big and just naturally heavy bodied. He has tucked up, gotten a little bit more defined now here at second asking. And furthermore, up in Saratoga, he was very distracted that day. He was screaming. He had lacked a lot of focus out there on the track in the warm-ups too. So he's gained a lot from that first effort, in which he almost won, to be fair, although I definitely didn't think he should have been favorite that day. This feels like the right spot for him to take advantage of, but I could not get past a horse that I have been waiting. I've been waiting a long time for him to come back and come back going long. That's number 10, Patronage, in here as he'll make his 3-year-old bow. I wrote may need longer, and that he had a huge gallop out. I remember Rod Ortiz really kind of asking him to gallop out. Unfortunately, we haven't seen him since late in the Saratoga meet last year, but I do think this is the right spot for him to come back in. And it felt like Connections thought that he'd want to go longer too. Well, he comes back as a new gelding and gets that Lasix too. It's really made this horse look very defined, very athletic now, and he was very professional in that first start up at the spot. Same here once again. Feels like a horse that's really kind of smart and intelligent. So we'll see how he negotiates that trip with Rod Ortiz aboard, but I'm going to take him at a much more generous price of 7 to 1, albeit giving your heavy favorite the recency edge.
That's a very interesting horse coming back. It's been a while since we've seen him for the Todd Pletcher barn. Meanwhile, 2 of them at 3 to 1 coming out of the same race. Daybright Delights, New York Scrappy. And New York Scrappy from Marcassi was just behind that runner by a half length last time out. What'd you like about the 8?
I kind of begrudgingly went with this one, just not wanting to lean on the favorite here. But after hearing Maggie's comments, you can understand that he's very much the horse to beat, getting onto his preferred surface. But I thought that New York Scrappy was one that I had not actually seen since July 11th when they tried him sprinting on the dirt. And I just kind of was scratching my head about it. So I think that they figured out exactly what he wants to do, and that's what he's getting to do again today. He did run on a little bit last time out, was just missing behind Daybright Delight. So that was a horse that was able to control and got run down. So I thought there could be a little bit of a kick from New York Scrappy. I don't love him at that short a price. Was hoping would be a little bit more of an alternative, but he's a horse that I thought is giving another chance at what he wants to do.
Meanwhile, the horse that finished ahead of him last time out, the 7 Daybright Delights. I just
worry
didn't
about
love
him.
his finish. It was a horse stepping up from State Bred maiden 40, and he had every opportunity to get by, and he just couldn't do it.
And I just worry with the presence of Flame Rock Fire that horse coming out of sprints is just going to be quick early, and Daybright Delights is not going to be able to kind of be in that forward position, get so comfortable like he did last time.
There's the favorite, Amplitude, so 7-5, and look, quite often, just these silks in this barn are going to get bet down to favoritism anyway.
Very true. And like you said, this was a race that, yes, he ran very well. Maybe needing the race from a mental perspective, and you really see, especially young horses, first-time starters, just get so much out of getting a race under their belt as well, going through all of it, especially in a place like Saratoga, being up there when there's just a lot going on in the preliminaries as well. So you could certainly imagine that he'll be more professional throughout today, sharp warming up out there on the track and getting onto the surface that he arguably will prefer.
So 6-5 favorite in a race that kicks off this pick 6 carryover, $44,860 carryover from Sunday. And you see today's pool over 170,000. So good luck to everyone. Definitely in that next race. How did you feel about Beautiful Thief in race 4?
Well, Beautiful Thief, I think, is the one to beat off of that win last time out. I thought that first time out she just had been so green, not fit, and had just taken such a big step forward from first to second start. Kind of what we were talking about with Amplitude here. And if you are somebody that likes milestone type wins, this was the horse that gave George Weaver that big milestone up at Saratoga. What was it, 1,000?
I believe so, yeah.
Victories. This was the milestone win, Beautiful Thief, and just mentally and physically, she'd improved so much from first to second start, so you imagine that she will take another jump forward. Now, she is spotting experience to several of the others in this field. I mean, you've got In the End, who is coming out of lesser races, but is very quick early on, so you have Moto Morning Grouch, who has speed as well. So you have horses that just have a bit more experience. Maybe she's just a little bit better, though. We'll get a chance to see.
6-5 here, Amplitude taking all the money. Maybe he will just be too good here, get on the grass for the first time in the race that kicks off the sequence. But beyond, I thought, even Flame Rock Fire, interesting, just the fact that 2 sprints and now stretching out and a fact of control on the front end.
I agree. Should be very sharp out of the gate. Coming out of those sprints, showed much improved speed last time out. Also, Concord Spirit, a little bit intriguing. Like I said, not really a lot of turf pedigree, but there is some synthetic. And Bilmont worked this horse twice on the Oklahoma turf course. Maybe it's just a give-up move and saying that this horse is just not that good on the main track, but at a big price, kind of curious what he has seen in those workouts to go into the debut turf race.
Loading up, here we go. Pick 6 carryover begins here in race 3. Good luck to everyone taking a shot at it. Final chances to do so on Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, and that's the favorite. So first time on the grass for Chad Brown. Washed off the turf in that debut, in which he nearly got the job done on that sloppy sealed surface. See if he can move forward if he can on this surface. Maybe that price is warranted. We'll find out shortly. Flavien Prat rides. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
ISO Marshall goes in. Vitalize. Midnight Legend and Patronage to the outside. Getting ready for the start of the pick 6. Patronage is in. All set. And they're off. Speed to the inside here from Sebastian the First is in the early mix with Midnight Legend challenging, and now Midnight Legend and Sebastian the First, they're going to be 1-2. Just off of them, one to go. Flame Rock Fire, just a little tough to handle, is now tucked in between rivals, is moving up to the outside as Daybright Delights. That's the leading quartet. They slacken off the pace, and that bunches up the field. Here comes Vitalize, is making a 3-wide move as they approach that turn. Does get forward position, and there are 3 across the course, and at the rail, it's Midnight Legend who's in front. Challenging to the outside, Daybright Delights is right there. Then comes Vitalize, and the blue cap is moving forward, is 3 wide in that second grouping, is now more settled as Flame Rock Fire, who's a shared 4th. At the rail, Sebastian the First broke with the leaders, is back to 5th. And behind that comes New York Scrappy, who's out in the center of the course, and Amplitude is down at the rail. It's now in that 8th position as they go further back in the field. ISO Marshall, Concord Spirit, and the trailer Patronage. They work up the backstretch 48 seconds flat for the half-mile time to the inside. It's Midnight Legend who challenges Daybright Delights. They continue to duke it out. Here comes the run from Vitalize. Has been wide the entire journey as they move towards that far turn. Less than a half mile to go. Sebastian the First is still towards the inside in 5th. Got passed again here by Flame Rock Fire, who wants to go from the 4th spot. Under a drive now. Here comes the run from New York Scrappy, and Amplitude is tucked in between horses. No room yet. Ground-saving journey at the rail, and just had to steady there. A little bit of a bobble for Amplitude, who's got to pass quite a few rivals as they reach the top of the lane. Daybright Delights gets the jump. It's Daybright Delights is up by 3. Amplitude is now weaving in between rivals, trying to get there. Sebastian the First is in the mix. They're ready to swarm this leader. Daybright Delights is in front. Amplitude finds open running room, and Amplitude, wow. Oh, Amplitude is now opening up, is going to win this one easily. Amplitude, much the best. Up on the far outside, Patronage gets up for second. Then came a photo. That's Sebastian the First in there with Daybright Delights. Also an oncoming ISO Marshall and New York Scrappy in 1 minute 44 and 4.
Amplitude, much the best, bottled up with nowhere to go for a lot of this race. When he found running room, he took off.
What a trip for this horse as well, as you can even see from him there. He is an energetic individual, and I think Flavien Prat worked really hard to get him to settle throughout the race, which was great because he ended up saving ground. Then, unfortunately, when it's time to tip out, it's a little bit of a wild scramble. There's nowhere for him to go. So right there in the red and white strike cap on the rail, even before that, he was totally blocked in with nowhere to go. And when that rail drops out was where he was able to find some running room. It looked like he was going to try to sneak up the inside, but the 7 on the lead, Daybright Delights, Dylan Davis closing off the rail, so kind of weaving through between horses, trying to keep him straight there as well. Notice kind of where the position of his head was a bit. He's still figuring things out, but was full of run.
And meanwhile, Patronage going long for the first time, long time away, maybe the one to keep your eyes on next time out.
Yes, he was very far back early and ended up finishing second there. Like I said, kind of in that mad scramble with horses closing on the outside. It looked like the number 7, Daybright Delights, at one point was kind of home free and then kind of swallowed up as the sea came by him, but nobody finishing faster than Amplitude. As that's a good look at it right there, kind of look at where his head is and the way Flavien Prat is holding his reins quite tight to make sure, hey buddy, don't kind of lean in, keep straight, finishing there well. Again, still figuring things out, but a lot of talent there.
2 for Pratt through the first 3. One was stunner in the opener, as impressive as could be, and this one dominant against this group. It has been an extremely formful early pick 3, and of course first leg of this pick 6 carryover. It's Amplitude, Chad Brown, Klarovich, Flavien Prat as the 3-2 favorite. 1-10, 2-8 finish. Here to start off this pick 6. Still a long way to go. We'll have the prices from this third when we come back. Stay with us.
This proven son of Giant's Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage and our Pick 6 carryover underway with the 3-2 favorite. So Amplitude taking to the grass as the betting public expected for Chad Brown-Klarovich and Flavien Prat.
Impressive performance here as he was much the best and not with an easy trip either, having to weave through traffic, finishing full of force. A $5 winner here, Amplitude, who certainly was getting on his preferred surface.
$5 for the win. First leg of this Pick 6 and 2 today for the man standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, with only 3 races run. You're 2 for 2 though, right?
No.
Oh, you did, right? Never mind. He wrote the second too. Flavien, really with patronage, much the best. You had to kind of, excuse me, not patronage, Amplitude. You really kind of had to fight for room there. What's it like being in a pocket like that, knowing you have so much horse?
Yeah, he's a big horse. He is obviously not very comfortable on the rail. And yeah, we had to kind of wait and see what was going on. And I got to squeeze a bit around the turn. But once he got through, he made a nice run.
He really did. And talk a little bit, about him getting on the turf today. It does feel like the rain has gotten into it looking at your white silks.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of a cut, but I thought from where I was, the track was good. I mean, there's obviously some cut, but I thought it was fine.
You're going to be wearing these same silks. I'm sure they have plenty there in the jocks room, and these will be nice and clean for Sunday with Ways and Means. Talk a little bit about her. She looks to be a heavy favorite in that Gallant Bloom. Just really kind of finding her way now, being a sprinter.
Yeah, I mean, I think, obviously she went for the Kentucky Oaks, and so she had all those prep. But yeah, it seems like since she's been running a little shorter, she find herself, and she's been running very well. So hopefully she can repeat that.
Looking forward to it. A great weekend of racing. You will leave us for Saturday. You'll be in California for National Treasure.
Yeah, absolutely, in California, and I'll be back Sunday.
Excellent. Frequent flyer miles adding up. Congratulations here.
Thank you very much.
Flavien Prat getting the win here. Yes, he is 2 for 3, Greg. And I'm sure there's more to come even on this card.
Usually a good bet with one of the true elite riders in the sport. Now it'd be interesting to see if National Treasure, this weekend, can get back to what we're used to seeing from him.
Absolutely. And you could tell early on in his last race up at Saratoga, and the response had been that he just wasn't handling the track with a little bit of moisture in it. And we've seen that throughout his career, that a wet track is just not his preferred. He also, when we saw him winning the Met Mile, was able to control on a track where you really wanted to be forward. He has a lot of talent. Let's see if he can do it again this weekend.
Late pick 5 coming up next in this 4th 6 furlong sprinting on the grass to begin the sequence here in this New York bred first level allowance race. And opening up right now is the favorite, Linerite for David Donk, but it's going to be Beautiful Thief. The 4 should be the post-time favorite off that very impressive maiden victory for this 3-year-old filly for trainer George Weaver. More on this field coming up in a bit. We're going to say goodbye to Acacia right now. Andy Serling going to step in after a short break, but we get more of you today, right?
Yes, I'll be back for race 6, reporting from then on.
All right, we'll talk to you. That was fun.
Yes, it was. I know.
Quick break. Andy joins me after this timeout, just in time for this late pick 5, so we'll get his thoughts coming up on the sequence, and we'll look ahead to the weekend as well. Grade 2 Pilgrim, impressive States debut for Chad Brown's Zulu Kingdom. Perfect 2 for 2 now with that grade 3 win under his belt. Can he keep things going? Joel Rosario will be aboard.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate. siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride, Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Bobby's Kitten came a bit wide off the turn, and it's Bobby's Kitten now accelerating past the 8th pole, opening up by 3, leaving Marvin's Miracle behind in second, then Due Diligence, and then Blue Pigeon, and Shadow Banking on the far outside, and Captain's Affair on the wire, a much the best.
Bobby's Kitten back in the 2013 Pilgrim, just dominant that day. Raced and bred by the Ramseys from their turf champ, Kitten's Joy. And this one from the family of Paradise Creek, Forbidden Apple, Wild Event. Go back a little bit further, theatrical in the family. Horse who became a Grade 1 winning sprinter in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint the next year.
Yeah, he won down the hill.
Andy Serling with me. Good to have you here.
Nice to see you. Good to see you. We spent a little time earlier together. Bobby's Kitten had one of those amazing runs. That run he made to beat, he beat a trivia question. He beat the horse. No, I got it wrong. I was thinking he beat Ohm, but Ohm actually won it.
Okay.
But he won by a nose. I remember Joel Rosario coming down the hill. I don't know if he ever ran this country again.
After that sprint?
I feel like
he went to Europe, Cork, in Ireland, had one more start where he dominated, and that was it for him. But yeah, 1.3 million plus in earnings for Bobby's Kitten. Grade 2 Pilgrim coming up on Saturday. Terrific card on Saturday afternoon. We talked going to break about Zulu Kingdom for Chad Brown, whose States debut got up to win by a neck in that Grade 3 with anticipation.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's kind of the horse to beat in here, but he ran well. I'm not in any way knocking him, but boy, he had such a good trip in this race, right? And I think there's an argument that the horse who ran second there might have run the best race. That kind of horse, sort of didn't see him coming, was coming back at the wire. I mean, what a great ride he got from Flavien Prat, saving all the ground. I thought he ran well, but I don't think he has to win this race. And he's going to be a pretty strong favorite, don't you think?
Came up the inside for that one. It's going to be Rosario filling in for Pratt, who Maggie just told us in that interview with Flavien will be out of town. Big commitment with National Treasure.
Think he might rebound a fast track out in California?
He could. Yeah, I expect that to happen. Yes. Yeah, I'm not ready to hand this race to this horse by any means.
Especially considering these are lightly raced horses, have a right to improve. I actually think the maiden on the rail trying the turf for the first time is a little interesting in there. For Todd Pletcher. I thought this race, he's the horse to beat, no doubt about it, but I don't think he has to win. The Concord Green is going to take a lot of money. We'll see if this horse get faster, right?
Yeah, early adopter first time out was 4.5 to 1 in the debut and got up to win by a neck at Saratoga at a mile 16.
Got a very good ride by Manny Franco, saving ground the whole way and angling out in the late stages, but this horse really did some running to come and catch the leader. He's got to get faster, but I think you got to be careful putting too much stock in speed figures for first-time starters in turf routes, because you're asking these horses to do an awful lot, and they can and will often get better and do it very quickly. So I think he has a chance in here. Concord Green got a great trip when he won that day, but why can't he get better for Shug as well?
He was 13 to 1 in the debut, and like he did all meet long, Dylan Davis on big prices delivered. This one for Shug McGahee and a set on Warfront.
It's another example of Dylan giving a great ride. He had a modicum of trouble early, but after that he just saved all the ground until he angled out late in here. It was a time he wanted to be on the inside. The rails were down, as you can see, down to 0, and Thought he ran very well. The horse outside of him in the Farbridge Silks, that horse came back and ran a very respectable race, just getting beaten a photo by a good Todd Pletcher horse, actually, in his subsequent start. This horse is okay. I think he's a player, but I'm interested in some others in there, so I'm going to fool around a little
so many of these. We don't know. You could improve by leaps and bounds early on from these first to the second,
Absolutely.
even second to third starts for these horses.
I agree. No, I totally agree. And the Miss Grillo on Sunday came up a war. I think there's 13 entered in there. Only 12 can go.
Okay. Meanwhile, first time on the grass, Todd Pletcher going to put Noble Confessor on the turf. Son of Quality Road.
I'm very interested in that horse. He's supposed to be the speed in that race. I think he's very interesting as a maiden.
Favorite last time out. Maggie, what do you think about the move to the grass for Noble Confessor?
He's bred for it, actually, as he is the son of Quality Road, who tends to get a versatile type of foal. But on the bottom side, the dam, Sweeter Than Wine, she is half to Sweet Melania, who is a Greatest Stakes winner on the turf, as well as Sweet Rebecca, Stakes winner on the turf. So going back a generation, there's plenty of turf for Noble Confessor. And he's a horse that, when I was going around Saratoga early on in the meet, actually before it even started, I was speaking to several trainers and asking them who are the 2-year-olds you're looking forward to running, and Todd cited Noble Confessor. He was actually the only one he gave me. He was a little bit reluctant to divulge in anybody else, but he did mention this horse, and he's running like a turf horse typically does on the main track. They have a little bit of a move, and then once they kind of come off the bridle, then they don't really have an answer. As Andy said, now he projects going further on the turf with the inside that he could be the speed in here, and therefore he's able to sustain that run a bit longer with the change of surfaces. I do think Noble Confessor is very intriguing in here. Guys?
All right, that's coming up. Race 11, Saturday, 5:17 Eastern kickoff time for that Grade 2 Pilgrim. Terrific card with a lot of horses we expect to see potentially on championship weekend. We'll be lining up as we get back to this fourth race here. So 6 furlong sprint coming up, and still favored right now. It's a mare who does not win a lot, to I guess put it mildly. 1 for 19 coming in, but she ran a big effort last start in defeat.
Yeah, she's a hard horse to put on top at a short price, but she is good enough, and there should be some pace in this race. It's interesting. She's not a significant second choice to the number 4 Beautiful Thief. It's weird about Beautiful Thief. I thought that horse would be odds on last time off the debut. Paid a healthy $650. Now the horse is sort of chilly on the board, is favored in the double, but not taking much money. Likely to be favored by post time. We'll see. I think there's some other stuff going on this race as well.
Oh, this one, lots to like out of that maiden score last time out. We'll be facing winners, obviously, for the first time, but even the debut was a very good effort. And, we talked about it earlier before we came on air. Part of that super hot pace in the debut, and then a lot more professional in start number 2.
Yeah, I don't really know what's not to like about this horse. She showed an ability to rate in her second start after she got involved in a wicked fast pace that fell apart in her debut. And,
nothing.
Greg's trying to distract me. I'm easily distracted, as Greg knows. I just think that she's a very logical horse. You and I talked about the pick 6 sequence earlier, and we felt this would be a horse that a lot of people would be leaning on. Now, maybe that's not really the same case, But look at the first winner. That horse paid $5. Were people really leaning on that horse in a serious pick 6 play? A horse that had never been on the turf without a significant amount of turf pedigree? They would have been right to, but I don't know if before the race you're supposed to lean on that horse.
I don't know, but the way he was bet, maybe, but probably going to wind up being the shortest price in this entire sequence.
Oh, that's an interesting point. Yeah, what price do you think Cendera will be in the next race? She could be fairly short, right? She could be pretty short.
You think 9 to 5 maybe?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but she is a tough horse to take a super short price on. That's for sure. But she might be a pretty short price. But you could be right about that.
But again, don't get too excited about 4 to 1 right now. Beautiful Thief will be likely the favorite here when the gates open. Riders up, and there is Pratt hopping aboard quick power nap, the 1 trying for his 3rd win today, who just missed at this level last start.
What a great ride gave this horse last time, cutting the corner perfectly, couldn't run down the speed in that race, but got a superior ride. This horse has more wins going back, but they're at Laurel, but does seem to another horse that, because of the lack of speed, just like Linnerite, just has trouble getting the win, though I will say with Linnerite, she's gotten there before, and she still hangs on the money. I'm interested in Aunt Yola, who I thought ran very well when she broke her maiden and had a less than terrific trip last time.
Here's our post parade. Here's Pratt again, already 2 wins on the card and came from the clouds to just miss last start.
You know what Flavien's going to do? He's going to stay inside as long as he can and hope that things work out for him and he gets a fast pace to close into.
Here's a look at the 2 here. She takes cash cut back in distance.
Sort of a Safi Joseph play. His horse has been so live as he is not great turning back from routes to sprints on turf.
4 horse. Here's Beautiful Thief, who will be favored.
Yeah, will be favored. We missed Mo the Morning Grouch, who won last time.
5 horse in the end, trying to win 4 in a row.
The competition is going to get significantly tougher as this horse is facing state breds since his last loss. First time since the last loss.
Here's Dusk. A little interesting for Horacio de Paz.
He's a horse that never really seemed to get better going from 2 to 3, but it's only a second start in the grass since then.
Flight Control, first time on the grass.
Lost all chance when he got left last time, but it's not really a significant turf pedigree, at least the first dam.
A lot of seconds for You Should Be Dancing, who comes from out of it.
Another horse, the 1, the 8, the 9. All these horses don't win often, but they run well enough because they lack speed.
Linerite coming up, maybe her best effort ever in a narrow defeat. And here's Aunt Yola.
Yeah, I think Aunt Yola is a very interesting horse who ran well first time, and I think can be at least a little more forward, needs to break cleanly.
And can't call it. Christophe Clement outside.
You would think this horse has to be forward as well, especially from that outside post. It's an interesting race coming up. And keep in mind, the rails have been moved on all courses. We were at 36 feet on the outer course last week, 24 the first week. We are at 12 today. We'll see what kind of effect that has on racing.
4 minutes away from this 4th coming up. We're underway in the Pick 6 carryover. This starts the late Pick 5. You can bet smarter, win bigger. Weekly Aqueduct track trends, stats, betting insights. Get them on NYRABets.com. So 7-2 on Linerite, who just left our screen. And here is Aunt Yola, whose maiden win, first time on turf. She came back to that as you'd think a major player.
Yeah, I agree, and that's my feeling. Last time out, a horse that was forward when she was successful and has been forward when she's run her best races, she broke a little slowly and was just completely out of the race, 3 to 5 wide the whole way. And to me, it's an absolute throwout race. Kendrick sticks, and I think you're going to see a better effort from her today. Whether or not it's good enough to win remains to be seen, but I think her maiden race was good enough that I don't mind taking roughly 10-1 where she is now.
So 9-1 on Aunt Yola. Kendrick Carmouche aboard, back to Pratt. And one who needs a setup, but at least can save ground from that inside post off the bat.
I mean, the post simplifies it for Flavien, right? You know what he's going to do. He's going to save ground the inside. And in this race that we're showing, I believe also You Should Be Dancing finishes very, no, Linerite is actually in here. Linerite, I think, finishes 3rd in this race. The winner was a Safi Joseph horse who was able to get the front in this race. Both these horses making inside moves, but Flavien, boy, he has no fear. He's happy to go through inside of horses, and a very, very nice ride to be able to get second here, thankfully.
So 4-1, and we'll try and use, you would think, that same path again, drawn inside to try and pull off. Will be a minor upset in here, as we expected. Beautiful Thief, now the 2-1 favorite, the 4.
Yeah, I don't know that she's going to be that much lower looking at multis. We'll see.
Let's go down to Maggie.
I landed on Beautiful Thief here. She looks fantastic physically, and just her speed, I think, just makes her so dangerous. But let's check in with the horse that you guys were just talking about in at number 1. That's Quick Power Nap, who I think really does look sensational here, but she often leaves herself with a lot to do. Just really well muscled, really nicely turned out here for Rudy Rodriguez. Granted, she always looks that way. So it's kind of what you see is what you get when it comes to Quick Power Nap. Though I think the 6 furlongs might be somewhat beneficial to her, as we'll check in with a horse who's actually a turn back in here. And that's number 2. She takes cash for Safi Joseph. I get the kind of theory in turning her back, and because watching her last race, at least on the turf at Saratoga, she tracked right off the pace while well in hand, about 2 to 3 wide, so losing a little bit of ground. She ran on, she kind of made that first move, only to be run down by horses coming from further off of it. So she gives the impression that she kind of has that short run, so maybe sprinting will be better. I don't see it, though. She's built so much more like a routing type, despite being a daughter street boss, who I will say I sometimes like in these turf sprints, but just really has no kind of angle from hip to shoulder. Very even frame, lacks a little bit of that conditioning, especially in those hindquarters. That is very typical of turf sprinters. Next, we'll jump towards the outside with number 10, Yola, who I picked last time and was disappointed. But as Andy said, has had a little bit of a trip. And here at Aqueduct, going the 6, you have a little bit more time to sort yourself out. Though she draws the outside again, where the 5.5 can be a little chaotic, a little bit of a scramble to that turn. So maybe this allows her to find herself and find position a little bit more easily. Kendrick, per usual, gave her a very big and aggressive warm-up, and she responded beautifully, warming up with aplomb very much on the bridle and moving swiftly. I definitely would say she's worth another shot in here because she's developed so well with each subsequent start throughout this 3-year-old campaign. And then a horse coming off a little bit of a layoff is number 11, Can't Call It. She stopped badly after being the beaten favorite last time out, hence the break, and she is the horse that could provide and wreak havoc on your current favorite in Beautiful Thief. She's a little bit edgy in the prelims, a little nervous, got a little hot, but physically looks very, very ready for this return to the races. She has filled out a bit. She's put on a little bit more muscle mass and just looks strong coming back now. So we'll see how much speed and pressure she does apply to your favorite, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Pick 5 pool approaching $200,000. So Beautiful Thief, there she is. Can she just maintain that form? If she can maintain that form from the maiden win, this first time against winners, step up in class. We'll see, but they got to come and get her, it seems like.
Well, I think there are fast horses early. I hope Eric doesn't. Sometimes Eric isn't as aggressive as he should be, and don't get lost
from a pace standpoint.
Yeah, I think
just meant
she's,
from a
but
talent
she's got to be
standpoint.
forward in this race. I mean, she doesn't have to be in front, but she should be forward. Don't get lost in this race. And people wondering, Javier Castellano has ridden her before. Javier will be returning to action next Thursday. So we'll be glad to have him back. He's been cleared to ride, and he'll be riding next Thursday. So we're excited that Javier will be coming back. Been kind of a lousy deal for him being out a month.
Meanwhile, 20-1 on In the End, who we expect to be forward. The 5, Jose Gomez, filling in for Rat Ortiz Jr. off all his mounts today. I don't think we said why. You had told us before you came on air talking horses, got stuck in Florida visiting family.
Yeah, he was visiting his family, and because of the weather, the storms down south, they canceled all these flights. He wasn't able to get back. I think the other riders are okay with it, but I imagine Irad's a little frustrated.
They're very happy about it, actually. 5-2 favor right there. There she is, Beautiful Thief. Impressive, breaking her maiden last start. Late pick 5 begins here. You can play it at Naira Bets. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin to kick off the sequence.
In the end, Can't Call It. Goes forward. All set. And they're off. Hopping in the air at the start was You Should Be Dancing, the early trailer. Speed towards the inside. Here comes Mode, a Morning Grouch. Is going to push the tempo. In the End is hard set, and these two speed away together. Taken off the pace now is Beautiful Thief, is back to 4th. Gets passed on the outside here from Flight Control, who's now challenging and takes the 3rd position. Can't Call It is back there in 5th, and towards the inside comes She Takes Cash, is in the blue cap. Less than 4 furlongs to travel as they get set to move into that far turn. Towards the back end of the field is Aunt Yola, is in behind that trailing pack there with Quick Power Nap. Also moving forward comes You Should Be Dancing after the start. The 2 at the back, Line of Right and Dusk. 21-4 for that pressured opening quarter mile. Mode, a Morning Grouch has got the lead as a neck in front. Right to the outside here on Mode, a Morning Grouch, ready to challenge towards the outside In the End. And here comes the run from Flight Control, who was well settled just off the pace and trying to split rivals. Here comes Beautiful Thief, and they both find a seam, and they have pounced on the leaders, and the new leader is Flight Control. Beautiful Thief has moved towards the inside, though, and has the momentum, and now Beautiful Thief is in front. It's Beautiful Thief trying to sprint away, trying to keep up his Flight Control from the back. A lot of running left to do here from Line of Right to late run, but it's all Beautiful Thief to get the victory. Beautiful Thief wins it. Flight Control will hold second, Line of Right, and Aunt Yola in 1:10.1.
Beautiful Thief, back-to-back wins, and when she found an opening, she just took off.
Yeah, she got a perfect ride from Eric. He broke forwardly. He got that position. He was able to split horses, and she was the horse to beat on paper, and she got the money as the favorites have been sweeping the races so far. But 2-1's a very fair price on her in this race. She was best. Flight Control, a horse I know you liked a lot last time. We both were interested in the horse. Got completely left in the start off a layoff. Horse came back just a week later and ran very, very well to be second here at a huge price, far back to both the 9 and 10 for
Yeah, getting on turf for the first time at 32-1. And I got a even hand. I know the horse didn't finish anywhere late. Morning Grouch ran okay coming off a state-bred maiden 40, leading for a lot of the way in here before backing up late. But Beautiful Thief, too good for this group. And now back-to-back victories. George Weaver has a fairly talented 3-year-old filly here on the turf.
She's okay. Yeah, no, and I think 2-1's a very generous price. I mean, you and I both agreed when we did Talking Horses this morning that this was the horse that you and I would, if we had to single somebody, we would have singled her. I picked against her, just putting her second to a horse I thought was okay at a price, and Aunt Yola ran fine in here, but she was way the horse to beat.
4, 7, 9, 10. Beautiful Thief back-to-back off that maiden-breaking win at Saratoga mid-August. Eric Cancel filling in for the injured Javier Castellano in an impressive victory here, no doubt about it. It has been all favorites through the first 4 races on the card on this Thursday here at Belmont of the Big A.
And the early pick 5 will still be good prices because there's too many people that misplay it on the assumption that you're supposed to try to beat favorites constantly, something that's a horrible, flawed reasoning and proven time and time again to be a bad way to play.
2-1. Can't sell for the Weaver Barn. Bonaventure stable, excuse me. And this 3-year-old filly by Dialed In. Impressive. First time in against winners, no doubt about it.
When you can bring over a champion like this to the Night of the Stars sale, it's exactly what we dream of and what you hope for.
Anytime we've got a marquee filly that is ready to be brought to market, we know that the Night of the Stars is the venue.
It really wasn't a question as to where we were going to sell her.
We have had a long history of selling 7-figure mares here at Night of the Stars. Boyd Browning and his team just do such an exceptional job promoting these mares, getting them sold.
The action continues here on America's Day at the Races with live action from Belmont at the Big A, as we were proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And another popular victory on today's card as Beautiful Thief. She takes the 4th race in style, open lengths, in fact, in the 6 furlong turf sprint. And please be joined here by winning owner Dan Collins of Bonaventure Stables. And Dan, as you were just telling me that she actually captured a very special and sentimental win last time out, breaking her maiden, as it was trainer George Weaver's 1,000th win.
It was George's 1,000th win, and we were really excited for it. Unfortunately, I was down here on Long Island at a wedding, and I didn't get to celebrate with him. But now we get to celebrate.
You watched on your phone, though, right?
I did watch on my phone in the reception, and so did a lot of other people.
Very, very rambunctious wedding, I would have to say, but she really backed it up today.
She did, and Eric wrote it perfectly. He did exactly what George said, which is let's stay off the pace, just sit behind him, make one big move at the quarter pole, and that was a perfect move. She came on the inside and just kept going.
She had a big move, that's for sure. And $65,000 in retrospect and only 3 starts now seems like a bargain that you pay for at the 2-year-old Fasig-Tipton Timonium sales.
It was, and when we went there, I told Steve Venosa, our agent, that we needed to find a mid-priced horse that was going to shock some people. He called me up and said, I got a dialed in. What do you think? I had to be honest, I didn't even know what a dialed in was, but I sure do now.
That's an excellent story. Well, congratulations. You do have a very nice dialed in on your hands.
Yeah, we're very happy with her. We're looking forward to the next opportunity as well.
All right, Dan of Bonaventure Stables and Beautiful Thief. Greg, she is stealing them, to say the least.
She has some talent. Look, that's impressive what she's done the last couple of starts, and now we'll see if she can go on to bigger and better things.
That's a novel approach to going to sales. You find a relatively inexpensive horse that's going to do well. I think that's I'm going to have to suggest that to some people. It does happen sometimes. It is funny, you know. You think back at some of the ones that, you know, you see all these people spending money for horses and they have a homebred, like Fierceness, right? A homebred, you know. A lot of good horses up there, homebreds, right? You think about that Domestic Product who won the Alan Jerkins was a homebred. So there's a lot of value in there somewhere. They're a little cheaper.
Late pick 4, can this trend come to an end? It has been all chalk to this point on the card.
We'll see. I think by post time, the 2 Cendera will be about 7 or 8 to 5, and the 5 Nikki Brainburst will be the second choice, and we'll see. I'm going to try to break it up a little in the 6th, but we'll see.
So 6 furlongs, state bred 30 maiden claiming race in this next for fillies and mares 3 and up. Cendera, she was not running down a whole lot, but she was running down the field last time out after bobbling a bit out of the gate.
And she's not exactly facing a whole lot here. I mean, you might have some idea on somebody that is going to run better than the PPs, but strictly based on speed figures, the last 3 races Cendera runs, all 3 of those races make her way the horse to beat on here. Nobody's run those numbers, at least recently, on dirt.
Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, they will team up. Chris Griffin grew up like so many in this sport with his father taking him to the racetrack. And the attraction to the game for Chris was immediate. And when you hear him talk about the sport that he is now the voice of here in New York, that passion is unmistakable.
My dad would bring me, and I would just go out and watch the races, and I really enjoyed it. I think as a little kid, it's the pageantry of seeing the silks and seeing the colors, kind of surprising in the situation I end up now, that I'm still looking at the same thing. But to be able to experience that, I think that love of the sport and horse racing in general, it started there with my dad, just hanging out. There was just always something about it. Something always drew me to the racetrack to watch it as a fan. I started as a fan. I have always been a fan of horse racing, whether it's a maiden claiming race or a graded stakes race. I just love being around it, and I also respect the work that goes into it, you know, and the time and energy that people spend on each horse, each race, every single day. A buddy of mine actually invited me down to call a drag race in Houston, Texas, to cover for a weekend. When I went down there for the weekend, he said, "This is what you're supposed to be doing. I brought you down here to offer you a job." He offered me the job right there, sight on scene, took the job, and off and running we were. I was on the drag racing circuit at first, that went into my globetrotting days and doing the basketball thing. and then I found my way to horse racing. So it's been well over a decade now, and having a blast. I love sports. Being able to do it and be a part of it, forget it, nothing better. Horse racing, bar none, probably the most emotional sport there is out there. From the backside to the front side, the emotions that run through the horses and the jockeys, the connections, how much it means to them to win the simplest race or a stakes race and to hoist a trophy. And to be able to narrate that and be a part of it and know the history of the announcers that have been in the booth, how can you not feel that emotion? And I am always a fan. The first race I ever called was a 220-yard mule race in Humboldt County at the Humboldt County Fair in Ferndale, California. I was practicing and thoroughbred races and watching all these two-turn races and 6-furlong sprints. It was Bad News Bubba. He was 1-90 to win the race. He stumbles at the start. I'm screaming at the top of my lungs. He comes back on the rail. They're all running, zigzagging all over the place, and I called the photo. And I called Bad News Bubba the winner in the photo. Got a text message from the man who hired me, and he said, excellent. That was the only word that he texted me, and I said, we're off and going. Frank Miramati is who got me into the business. He actually saw me do a Globetrotter game in Arkansas when he was down at Oaklawn. And he came out and he said, I didn't even know you had that in you, the announcing part of it. And then that led to where we connected at a racetrack, and then the career started. But I do also want to give the credit to John Embriol. The way that he carried himself as a professional, the grace that he took, the way that he did not need to be in the spotlight. Every race, same voice, same tone, just professional, tactical, technical, enjoyed the moment, and was the most humble man that I could come across, and somebody that I want to be like that. I want to be humble like John Embriol. I want to be able to learn more and more vocabulary through the right technique from a Tom Durkin. I want to be able to work alongside Frank Miramati and rock the house in New York for however many years that we're going to do it. And so being able to be part of that experience and to hopefully say, there's Chris Griffin, he's doing a great job for us, that's all that matters to me. My job, and what I'm going to do, is that when you're here and you pay to come through that turnstile and you come with your family or your friends, you're going to love this experience, you're going to make sure you enjoy it, and I hope you come back. It doesn't matter if there's one person in the crowd or 10,000 in the crowd. You've got to give the same type of performance all the time. I am just so grateful for the opportunities that I've always had, and that continues today to doing what I'm doing now. 10 years ago, starting in horse racing, to be able to be here in New York, the top tier, the upper echelon of racing, not only in a national landscape, but a global aspect. Again, it's the best.
We had Jose Gomez on earlier and talked about, Maggie got to interview him, how positive he is all the time. You can say the same about Chris Griffin. He is always just so enthusiastic, so positive. You can tell he's doing what he loves. And I don't know if you heard it, but he slipped it in just real briefly and didn't really go into it on the package. Spent a lot of time, 6 years, I believe, with the Globetrotters. He was a voice of the Globetrotters traveling all over the country.
The Generals ever win?
Never. They never won a game.
Really? Yeah, I used to see the Globetrotters a lot as a kid, actually.
Close losses.
Yeah, they took some tough beats. Yeah, they really did. They're going to get there eventually. They let them win once a year, right?
I know. We're going to take a timeout. Actually, it would make big news, wouldn't it? Ways and Means coming back. We'll have a preview. Stay with us. Is she ready to rock this division? Ultra talented. What will she provide? The Gallant Bloom. We'll be back.
Hey, $774,000, $775. Want to be 60? That help you 60, 75, 760, 60, 75, and now 85, 785, 85, 85, 800, $800,000. Thank you, sir. Got to be 8 and 25, $825,000, 50, $850,000, 50, $850, 75, $860,000 and a half, $850,000 in the back of Woodrow. Thank you.
And my friend, it will be Gordon to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Late pick 4 is coming up. We're 12 minutes to post in this New York bred maiden claiming sprint ahead, where Linda Rice's Cendera is the one to beat. We'll have more on it in a moment. Big weekend coming up. And on Sunday, we've talked a bit about Saturday. Gallant Bloom, Miss Grillo on Sunday. And in the Gallant Bloom, Ways and Means. Winner of the test this summer, Saratoga. Back for Chad Brown and Klarovich.
Yeah, obviously she is extremely talented and winning the Grade 1 test, and a horse that's always run well really every time she showed up, had some issues at different times. She's got a real rival in Nick Style inside of her, a horse who's very impressive for Bill Mott, but Ways and Means is the horse to beat.
This over that muddy sealed strip, coming off that just incredibly dominant. First of all, it's just shocking she was eligible for an A other than, but she was somehow. Ran that 104 buyer that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival week, and then just dominated this group.
It's funny you say that, because after she lost Kentucky Oaks, her owner said to me, "I can't believe that she's 1 for 4." You know, it was just incredible, right? When you think about it. Now, she got, she had a rough trip to spin away and really legitimately should have won there. She should have beaten Power Squeeze coming off the layoff in the Gulfstream Oaks. But shoulda. You got to finally put it together, and she did, to win heavily favored in the test. She's got a real rival inside of her, though, Nick Style. That horse was very impressive. First time for Bill Mott. He's going to be the speed, but Ways and Means. She's looking to run a big race so she can head towards California to be in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint as possibly one of the favorites.
Well, the real rival you're talking about will come in undefeated for Bill Mott. And during that meet at Saratoga, did this gate to wire and just ran this group off their feet.
Oh no, she ran a fast race. Make no mistake, this horse is good. But she wasn't running against Ways and Means in here. And I'll tell you something else about Ways and Means. She's probably a better horse in the dry track. She ran that huge figure that was backed up the race before in the dry track, and maybe the test, the wet track, didn't run her best race. But this is a good horse, and Sterling Silver disqualified last year, but the best race she ever ran was in the Gallant Bloom here last year.
She's coming off a huge effort at a little bit longer distance in that Johnstone Mile against state-bred companies. So going to cut back in distance for Mott, and Rat Ortiz Jr. has the call on Sunday.
Yeah, this was somewhat of a controversial DQ, because if they took her down, they probably should have placed her lower than second. And there was an argument she could have stayed up in this race, but regardless, she came down. But it doesn't change how well she ran that day. Can she come back and run a race like that, though?
Seems like you put her in the mix, or is it a two-horse race?
I don't ever think they're two-horse races, but she's the third likeliest winner.
That is coming up on our Sunday coverage. Excited to see Ways and Means back, and if Nick Style can step up and continue to show that talent she has to this point. Back to the pick 4 on our Thursday card. There's the one who will be favored for Linda Rice. Cendera, Jose Lezcano will be aboard. Closed from well out of it after a little bit of a bobble at the start, was wide early and made this long sustained move to just come up short, going 7/8 of a mile.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're talking about lower level maiden claimers that have had a lot of chances. And that's the knock on Cendera. She's 0 for 8 with 5 seconds and thirds. But she hasn't been a super short price in a lot of those races, and she was 7-1 here. The winner was a sort of odd horse who had run horrendously earlier in the meet for Norm Cassie, but got bet in this race, and she ran to the money. Even though she was 7-1, she could have been 27-1 off her prior effort. She ran, and this horse almost ran her down. She's running figures faster than these. She's the horse to beat, but she's a hard horse to get enthusiastic about at a short price.
Blinkers go on this filly from the rail, who was at this level last start, didn't do much.
Tried to find a reason to like her. I couldn't.
Favorite, we just showed you in that performance. Last start, here she is, Cendera.
She's just the horse that's run the fastest races recently and the horse to beat.
Part of a pair we'll get to that Eddie Barker runner in a minute. Here's Nikki Brainburst.
I tried her last time. I'd like to see Dylan be a little more aggressive in the ride she got last time, but there is plenty of speed in here.
Maxing the bank. There's actually a couple of interesting efforts. I know she's 0 for 11.
Okay, you'll tell me about them off camera.
49 to 1. Yeah, she ran, look, third, 38 buyer. Not that far off this group.
38 could put her in the Super.
When You're Strange has done nothing yet. First timer.
Misspelled name, but still a first-time starter has to be respected in this field.
Steppenhawk, turf to dirt, 0 for 23.
She's quick. You'd have to think she's going to be forward today.
Dreaming of Carly got outworked by the stablemate, who's 32 to 1.
Her fastest race is on the turf, but she does have one figure that makes her a player.
Blinkers on, Dream on Kara.
She's had an awful lot of chances on the go-back. She's got races that can win, but she hasn't run them lately, but she is second off a layoff.
And Digital Currency, big price outside for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, I didn't like this horse because the best you can hope for is to be speed, but there seems to be plenty of speed in here.
And here's the stablemate to Dreaming of Carly, the 9, and that one's 7 to 1. This one's 20 to 2, but DRF Clock Report has that one outworking the stablemate in the most recent work.
She has not done a stepper running in any of her races, but Eddie Barker had a big upset win here the other day, winning 2 races on Saturday's card, so maybe his barn's heating up.
6 minutes away from this 5th. Pick 4 starts here. We're up and over 80,000 in the Pick 4 pool. You can play with Naira Bets. Get signed up started at nairabets.com with that offer. Match 200 is the code to use at sign up. So Cendera, 2 to 1 favorite. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano. See if the filly can break a little bit better today. Meanwhile, this one, Nikki Brainburst. Dylan Davis taking over for Sister Katie on this one for Ray Handel.
I think you're going to look to see this horse be more aggressive today. Now, I don't know that she can get the lead because potentially the 8 is quick. The 11 could be quick. The 9's had some speed. But I'd like to see Dylan be aggressive with her.
May 24th, the debut against Better. Made that drop against Cendera last time out. Was 4th, beat just over 9 lengths there. Dylan Davis this year. It's been we've seen him take those steps to become a different rider. But this summer at Saratoga really was a breakout party for him.
He's just riding better. He's riding smarter. You're seeing him be more aggressive. You're seeing him being aggressive in spots where the horse doesn't even necessarily look like it has a lot of speed. We have seen him in the last 6 months to 9 months be much more aware to biases. And it was always an Achilles heel for him, not a rider who in the past had always been that aware of biases, and he's really been very quick to jump on them. I always wonder if his brother-in-law, Trevor McCarthy, helped him with that, because Trevor's a rider that's always very, very attuned to biases, because he's really become attuned to them, and it's helped him, and his riding in Saratoga was just sensational.
Off the charts.
You know, you sometimes get overshadowed by how great Irad is and Pratt is and so many riders, but he really stood out as having as good a meet as anybody.
4 minutes to post here in this Big 4. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, I do think that Cendera is much the horse to beat in here because the horses, at least when you look at the board that suggests to be her main competition, there's some things not to like. And we'll begin with number 5, Nikki Brainburst, as physically, she looks tremendous here. She probably came out of that race actually looking that much more just stronger, honestly. And she looks fit too. She's just a ball of nerves. She's one of those horses that we say, you know, she runs a race before even going into the starting gate. And I was hoping maybe we'd see that change given the change of venue from Saratoga to Aqueduct, but that is a hard no. She's probably even more wound up today than what she was going back to August 23rd. And I just never like to see that. I agree with Andy that she could be more forward in here given her demeanor, but I just wonder if she's expended too much energy prior to going in the stalls. Moving on to number 7, When You're Strange. Any Doors fans out there? It's a little bit of a mediocre family, but of the 4 foals, all 4 are winners. And maybe she's a little bit of a fugazi. Ooh, she's an unknown in a weak field, gets Pratt aboard. So sometimes those don't necessarily work out to be winners. I liked her more in the paddock than what I did out in the racetrack. In the paddock, bigger type, strong, really well prepared from a fitness and from a mental standpoint too. But then when Flavien Prat took her away from the pony, he really had to encourage her to go forward. She was doing a lot of tail swishing, just very reluctant to extend herself and extend that stride. So for me, that gave me reservations and pushed me back to Cendera, who physically looks the best and has the form to say that in this weaker group, she should be the likeliest winner. Greg?
So 7-5, and Maggie giving the thumbs up to the favorite here. We'll see if this chalk fest here continues. It's been all favorites to this point.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at them, there was a horse in the first race, the second time started, heavily bet first time. The second race was a very thin race. This is, I don't want to say this horse isn't the likeliest winner, but this is not as reliable a horse. But then again, not facing exactly a very tough field. I mean, I guess this horse is the horse to beat. I prefer the 5, but she's the horse to beat. I don't really have much to say.
But yeah, too, you're playing, no matter what it is, pick 6, pick 5, but even just to win, to rely on these lower level claiming runners, that can be dangerous.
It is, because they're not reliable to show up from race to race, and maybe somebody shows up and doesn't have to run that much better.
See what happens. She's 8-5. We didn't think, well, actually, you probably did think she was going to be the short, didn't you?
I said we thought she'd be about 7 or 8-5, looking at doubles and thinking like that. It's just the only other horse taking money here, and she's taking real money, is Nikki Brainburst. And, you know, she went as high as 3-1. She came back to 2-1, so she's bet. I guess the 7's taking some money, but is that Flavien Prat money? Money because you just bet a first-time starter and is a central banker?
Wrong, yeah.
Right. She just hasn't, you know, for what it's worth, the trainer, Chris Englehart, first-time starters in maiden claiming races, dirt sprints at Naira, 2 for 24 over the last 5 years, and only 4 hitting the board. But probably this is one of the weaker fields he's been in, wouldn't you say?
Yes. So 8-5 Cendera, and again, look, bobbled a bit out of the gate, got off to a slow start, was behind the 8-ball early. See if she can break a little bit, cleaner this afternoon, and going to get the least amount of ground she's ever had.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'll say that could be an Achilles heel for Cendera. You know, we saw a track on Sunday where inside speed was dominant. Both.
All right, so that is Christian Maldonado, the 11.
That's Katie Davis, actually. I thought that smile looked like Katie. I don't know. Look at that horse won't be playing. Takes a little speed out. What I was saying about Cendera is she doesn't have any speed. And as you say, shortest race she's ever been in. So she could get a little lost here. And we have not seen in the last 13 races run here, Sunday and today, horses make up ground at all. We have seen inside speed be dominant.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to declare an inside speed track when you had 2 heavy favorites, 3-5 and 1-5, wiring the field in a relatively uncompetitive races. But I think there is a possibility the track is not being kind to those kind of horses. And also, do you really love a horse that's going to be, even if the track was fair, don't you feel like in a race that, like, coming from 9th or 10th, you know, it's going to be up to Jose Lozcano to try to get some position, but she's not a horse that has any speed.
So with the 11 coming out, who had quickness, Steppenhawk the 8, to some degree, maybe Nikki Brainburst could be a little bit closer today. Who else do you think can push things early?
I think the 5 is going to be aggressive if Dylan goes.
The 1 was actually on the lead against Better, and now blinkers on.
The 1 could be aggressive. You don't really know. It's not like Dreaming of Carly is that slow, right? She could be forward. It's hard to know, you know. So much of it comes down to intention, right?
See what happens, but in terms of pace, and look, I thought Digital Currency, if the big favorite didn't run her best race, was a major player in this spot anyway, but nevertheless, that one comes out. But does, no matter what, impact pace from a big standpoint in this race coming up. There's the 6 moving in, Max in the bank, 0 for 11. Lane Luzzy. And Nikki Brainburst taking significant money right now at 9-5.
That horse is really getting bet today, and it's interesting. But I guess there's just not a lot of alternatives unless you want the first-time starter, who, while 5-1, has never really taken any money. Doesn't mean she can't win.
There's some ways to go, but you got to be very forgiving of a lot of form, and you got to be hoping that Cendera and Nikki Brainburst don't run their big races.
And I think with Nikki Brainburst, the edge potentially that she could have over the two is she's more forward.
Yeah.
But she's also 0-2 and hasn't run a particularly fast race, but she hasn't been condemned yet by 8 races of mediocrity.
Late pick 4 starts here. Chris Griffin with the 5th from Belmont at the Big A.
All set. And they're off. Dreaming of Carly has early speed in between horses. There's Nikki Brainburst, who emerges with the front, and Nikki Brainburst, intent on getting to the lead, is up by a quick 2. Here comes Steppen Hawk, is now engaged, stalking from second, broke with the leaders. Dreaming of Carly is back to third. Just behind that comes La Indecente. Lime Green Cap is at the rail, is now a shared 5th. Is moving forward, is maxing the bank as they approach 4 furlongs left to travel. Cendera is in behind Rivals, is now tracking in the 6th spot. Then out wider is Dream on Kara. In between horses, second to last is Widow and the trailer. When You're Strange. Well into the far turn, 22.56 for that opening quarter mile. The front 3 have a lot of separation right now. Nikki Brainburst is in front. Steppen Hawk is right there in pursuit, and Dreaming of Carly is ranging up 3 wide. Cendera starts to make up some late ground from 4th, but hugging the rail and running a straight course here is Nikki Brainburst trying to put it away. Cendera is making up ground towards the inside of Steppen Hawk and Dreaming of Carly. They're all chasing this leader. It's Nikki Brainburst, has a furlong left to go. Cendera is catching with every single stride. Nikki Brainburst is in front, a 16th left to go. Cendera, and here is Cendera to the outside to push on by. Cendera, Jose Lescano, they get the victory. Cendera wins it over Nikki Brainburst, then came Dream on Kara. Then a photo, Dreaming of Carly, with Steppen Hawk in 1:11.3.
Cendera run of favorites continues. Been favorites all the way through the first 5 races on this Thursday card. Linda Rice, Jose Lescano had to make up ground on, it looked like Nikki Brainburst going to be very tough, alone in front, but runs her down.
So is it speed or the inside, or it's just logical horses winning? I don't know, but a good ride by Jose Lescano. She was back to last early in the running, but he stayed inside and ran her down. I mean, that's a very fast pace for this quality of horse. 22.56, 45.95. These are not particularly talented horses. But, I still credit Dylan Davis, not the ride this horse got last time. Dylan was aggressive. He put her in front. No excuses. She went a little quick, but this is the trip that you wanted if you bet Nikki Brainburst. And she just wasn't able to hold off the 2. Came from last and got it done, as favorites have won every single race.
2, 5, 10, 9. Dylan Davis trying to steal it on the front end, but Cendera maybe just a little bit too good to run her down. Nikki Brainburst settles for second. Dream on Kara, Dreaming of Carly round out the top 4.
Yep. These are the 2 who took money, and they ran like it.
Not often we see favorites sweep the first 5 on a card, but it's happened so far. Cendera, Jose Lescano for Cypress Creek Equine, and trainer Linda Rice kick off this late pick 4 as the 7-5 favorite running down the speedster Nikki Brainburst here in the 5th.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness. At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races. It has been a run of favorites non-stop so far. Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice, the latest chalk to get their picture taken with Cendera to start this late pick 4 here in this New York bred $30,000 maiden claimer.
Yeah, was able to get a very good ride by Jose, saving ground and picking things up on a quick pace. But it's the first horse we've seen in a dirt race make a significant close since Saturday's card, if even before that.
So Cendera breaks her maiden start number 9. As we move on to the John Hettinger mile and an eighth on the grass. Fillies and mirrors, 3 and up, and this is a very contentious field.
It is. I'm going to try a new face in the number 5. Can't fool me moving up from allowance conditions, but she's never shown she can run with the better stakes-type horses. I'm just not sure how much I trust them. I agree the Silver Skillet is dangerous. She did not get a very good ride from Joelle last time, but she's got to get a mile and an eighth, and that could be stretching it from her best. And I think horses like Marvelous Maud and What Loves Looks Like are helped by the extra distance.
Yeah, gate to wire win 2 back. It did get bumped a little bit early, but was nowhere near the lead last time out. We'll see what the tactics are today for Silver Skillet. Meanwhile, coming up tomorrow, Ashley T. Cole, race 8 on the card. Boys get their shot. 3-year-olds and up, going a mile and an eighth. And Dakota Gold for Danny Gargan back to the winner's circle in that West Point last time out, beating the ultra-talented Spirit of St. Louis.
And was able to beat Spirit of St. Louis, who apparently is pointing towards the grade 1 mile at Keeneland, because putting a lot of weight on him in these races was the feeling from Chad Brown. I don't blame him taking a shot. It's not like there's an abundance of killers out there. He finally put it back together. Whether or not he can do it back-to-back race remains to be seen. I'm going to be a wise guy and try to get the speedy Jerry the Nipper to wire the field in here. I think City Man will run well also. There are a couple of new shooters, though.
City Man, millionaire for Christophe Clement, wound up 3rd behind Dakota Gold in that West Point, but he can still run very big races, and at a mile and an eighth, that's a question mark for Dakota Gold that we don't know yet.
Yeah, no, the mile and an eighth could always be a factor, but he seems to run like a horse that's probably okay, but he has also done well going shorter.
Hush of a Storm, Flavien Prat will ride for Brad Cox. Claimed this one 2 starts back for $45,000, and then took to Presque Isle on a stake on synthetic.
Got a very, very fast pace to close into, and the race was really dropped in his lap. But he did run well in there. But the thing is that he can be more forward if the pace is tepid, so he is an adaptable horse. I think it's a much tougher spot for him, but he's obviously not impossible.
Incredibly tougher spot, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, significantly tougher. But he won pretty impressively. Fast pace helped.
Let's see how he fared. 5-1 morning line. Look, big number in that victory, in that performance. Certainly we'll get a class test. That is coming up on tomorrow's card. Race 8. We hope you join us tomorrow. That's 4:42 Eastern time for that Ashley T. Cole. But we got the Fillies and Mirrors first coming up in this John Hettinger, where Silver Skillet, no one's scared away from that performance in the Yaddo last time out.
Yeah, I think the general consensus is she had a trip that really didn't give her best chance to win that race. I don't know why after the time before that where she easily wired the field, they decided to take her back that strongly. It's one thing to sort of go forward, somebody else wants it, let them have it, but it was a complete change of tactics for her, and it was a nightmare from start to finish.
Meanwhile, Moon Age Daydream, 13-1 winner last time out of the Yaddo, has never gone a mile and an eighth, and look, she's been near or on the lead sprinting on the grass.
Listen, she has clearly improved. There's no doubt about it, but you missed the boat at too big a price last time.
Pratt will try and pick up his 3rd winner on Moon Age Daydream in the Hettinger coming up after this.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere Gator XUV 835M. Not because of the spacious cargo box.
We're always picking up rocks out in the field, and the hydraulic bed has been really nice.
Or because it can tackle any terrain.
It can handle anything.
Not even because it tows up to 4,000 pounds.
We can pull things around easily.
You just have to get in the seat, because something about being this productive just makes you smile.
It's made life a lot easier.
Learn more at johndeere.com/getintheseat.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flower's putting in a late burst here. Poppy Flower with the momentum.
Four-Star Crook has found her best stride. She's got a lot of ground to make up. She's 6 lengths behind, but she's coming, and she's coming fast. Four-Star Crook just blew right by them. And for the back of the pack, Act Naughty is trying to get second. Four-Star Crook has done it.
Four-Star Crook, she was so fun to watch coming from near the back of the pack. And just had that devastating turn of foot when she got going in the stretch.
She was a very nice horse. Very, very nice horse. She beats Sister Charlie for one time in her career. Not a lot of horses can say that.
That was back in 2017. This year's edition. I don't know if we have anyone quite the quality of Four-Star Crook, but we have a very contentious race certainly coming up. And a lot of ways to go in here. 9-5 favorite is the 3. Silver Skillet, who we have to imagine it's going to be different tactics this afternoon than what we saw in that Yaddo. Marvelous Mod, 5-1 for Chad Brown, coming off a revitalized performance last start.
She's a little chilly right now at 5-1. Huh? I thought she'd be a shorter price. I mean, this is Silver Skillet winning easily and burying Marvelous Maud. I think Marvelous Maud ran well last time out, finally got her act together, but a lot of it really was because Silver Skillet was taken out of her comfort zone. Now, I don't know if Silver Skillet's going to be effective at 1 1/8. And listen, maybe she just found that forest field and she was able to control them up front. Even if they're more aggressive, Moonage Daydream's got to be in front. She's certainly fast. I mean, she's a faster horse than Silver Skillet. Can she rate comfortably? Can she do it at 1 1/8? They're all questions. And the other thing is, I just don't know if they're that strong a group overall. There's no 4 Stars Crook in here. And Can't Fool Me is a horse that ran very, very well in an allowance race last time. Now, this is obviously a much, much tougher group of horses. But she was dominant last time, and I thought ran a race that makes her competitive here. And she's a price because she's never run against these. Now, maybe she just won't class up to them. I'm hoping she does.
So this was the performance you're talking about. Yeah, it was a big move forward. In career start number 16 is beating in New York bred. Allowance optional 45 group, so yet tougher competition here. But if she could do this again, she's right in the mix.
That's what I thought. And she's 5-1 now and might even be a little bit higher in post time. So I thought she was worth a gamble at a bit of a price in here. Nothing, super clever, just looking for a new face. I've just had enough of some of these, and I wonder about the 1 1/8 distance, and I'm not at all worried about the distance for Can't Fool Me.
There she is. Ricardo Santana Jr. will pilot this 5-year-old mare who maybe is just a bit of a late bloomer and finally starting to come into her own. We will find out here as she definitely gets a class test against this group. You have the Pletcher next door. What Loves looks like, who did bobble a bit out of the gate and likes to be a little bit more forward than she was in that last start. And as a result of that, she was a little bit wide.
She's also coming off a 9-month layoff last time out, so I think she ran fine. I mean, I didn't think she had a terrible trip in there, and I don't know that I didn't think she was 3 wide on the turns. I thought she was closer to 2 wide before angling out in the stretch, but regardless, she ran fine in here. She did not run as well as Marvelous Maud, but she ran fine, especially for a horse off a long layoff. And we know that she can handle the distance. She's okay. And once again, I think she could win this race, but I don't believe that she's necessarily run races that are so much better than Can't Fool Me. And my feeling with Can't Fool Me is she may have a little bit of upside. She may finally be coming into her own.
And then this one here. So Pratt is usually aggressive even when he doesn't have horses with speed. He can surprise you. This one has speed.
Gotta go.
Has probably the speed to be the quickest of the quick.
I agree. Gotta go. Why would you get away from
the
it?
Distance, the question mark here at 1 1/8.
And also, I think Silver Skillet's going to be more forward today.
Yeah, no question. We'll watch that from the outset. Back with us downstairs now. Let's welcome back Acacia Clement.
And we'll start there, Greg, with Silver Skillet, who, as you mentioned, is one of a couple in here that does have questions as far as getting the distance, as she will go the 1 1/8 for the first time, coming off of a disappointing effort for her, for a horse that has run her best races when she is able to be forward. The winner of that race, Moon Age Daydream, getting the kind of trip that you actually anticipated Silver Skillet might have gotten. But she also didn't kick on in the stretch that day and was a bit of a confusing performance from hers, but she's trained well coming back. I will say, I do think her weight looks a little bit better today. She's also very quiet and settled. She's accompanied by the pony, as she always is. Back at the start of her career, she would be a little bit tricky in the paddock, so just always taking all of the steps, cotton in the air, training saddle, lead pony, check, check, check. All of those things are totally normal for her. So she's acting very laid back in the preliminaries. Also, as we've discussed many times, a more quiet location here at Aqueduct versus Saratoga. And there are a couple questions for her, though. One, yes, the distance as she does stretch out, and if she uses her tactical speed, that should help her. The other question is how much moisture is in the turf course, because she does prefer a more firm turf course. So we'll see how she handles conditions today, but hopefully she gets the trip that she does prefer. She was also 3 wide last time out. But speaking of Moon Age Daydream, who did win that Yaddo, she impressed me that day because she was a horse that I wasn't really sold on going longer. She's a little bit smaller, a little bit more petite in the way that she's built. Now, she has actually, to my eye, strengthened up since that last race. I like her better today in this face of this competition than I did in that Yaddo, which certainly should say something because she won the Yaddo nicely on what was a very good New York Showcase day for her trainer, Jorge Abreu. But she, too, has the questions with the 1 1/8. And physically with her, I'm not sold on it. She does also have tactical speed. And as I mentioned, she's already proven to be able to go longer than I would have initially thought with her, being able to win that 1 1/16 Yaddo. So maybe she's a horse that's just improved and trending in the right direction, but she has yet again some things to prove today. Now, the number 5, Can't Fool Me, who I know that Andy has some interest in. I have really liked the way that this mare has come along. She was one that often, too, can be really revved up and very sharp and on it in the paddock prior to her races. She's mentally matured a lot, which I've seen take place with quite a few horses for Horacio de Paz. The patience, bringing them along slowly. She's continued to strengthen up. She's really fit and well-muscled and coming off of a race and that I thought that just every step of the way, Ricardo Santana looked like he had a lot of horse. She kind of broke in at the start, but settling, had a good trip, but when clear, switched leads and just looked like she was really kind of flying over the turf. So cotton in her ears as well, which Horacio does with pretty much all of his horses. But I like the way that she's coming into this, and she has been, yes, she's an energetic type, but for her standards, she has been very calm and relaxed in the paddock, keeping it all together. And again, maybe just trending in the right direction. So we'll see how she fits with these New York Stakes spread foes. Greg?
Acacia, thanks. That's the man who will ride. Can't Fool Me. Ricardo Santana Jr. will be on board for Horacio de Paz here. 4-time winner on the grass, but this certainly will be a big class test.
Ricardo has ridden extremely well here and seems to be sticking around a bit. I hope he does stick around. Like to have him here. He's a talented rider, and he's riding really well. And I'm glad to see it. You know, I think those issues a few years back with the Asmussen barn, when they sort of had that falling out, it seemed to have affected him a little bit. But he's a very good rider, and it's good to see him riding at the top of his game.
I mean, who wouldn't that effect.
No, I get it. No, I didn't mean that as a knock on him.
No,
if
I know
anything,
you didn't.
It was a hard situation for him. And frankly, I mean, listen, you don't know what goes on behind the scenes. And obviously, Steve, there's his horses. He can do what he feels is appropriate. I just felt it was kind of a rough deal. That's all. For a guy who rides very well.
No,
it's not like I saw him riding badly.
We saw it play out on our airwaves, and that's a tough loss, losing a barn like that, winningest barn in North American history. There's a look at the 8. Power and Glory's the biggest price on the board, and scoring chance, huge price outside as well.
They would blow up the pick 6, as would Snowy Evening. Right now,
that would result probably in a carryover again. Any of those scenarios.
Yeah, well, we've seen it very chalky, so they are used. It would depend what happened in the other 2 races. Right now, there's nobody in this race that's not covered for something.
Game face on. You saw Manny Franco. He'll be on Marvelous Mod at 4-1. Look at Ruben Silvera there, filling in on scoring chance outside. Is getting on grass for the first time. That would be a shocker.
Yes, he's a half to a couple turf winners, but it's not exactly a screaming turf pedigree. And this horse would have to be immeasurably better on turf than dirt, and would have to be efficient going the distance. So there's a lot of questions for that one.
So will Pratt on Moon Age Daydream try and take command early in here? Has the filly to do it?
It's not like we've seen Flavien rate a lot of speed horses. It's one thing about him. It doesn't mean that, Silver Skillet won't go and maybe he'll end up sitting second, but she is faster than Silver Skillet. But I don't think you're going to see Silver Skillet taking a hold of again. That was a bad move last time.
So post-parade coming up as we get set for this John Hettinger mile and an eighth, $125,000 purse. Again, the boys get their turn in that Ashley T. Cole tomorrow on our program, race 8. But here we go with our post-parade, and we'll start here in just a moment. Busy morning, Jorge Abreu, Jose Lezcano, and this is a 5-year-old mare coming off a victory last start at Saratoga.
Yeah, and that was a race that was coming apart at the end and got the right trip. Is going to have to run faster.
Favored in that spot, different ball game here. Marvelous Mod, Chad Brown, and Silks of Michael Dubb.
Yeah, Marvelous Mod finally came around and ran okay last time. She's a decent price at 4-1 if you like her.
Silver Skillet, big effort in that Port Washington.
Yeah, we'll see her be more forward in all likelihood today.
Long shot here, Snowy Evening for David Donk.
Been trying to get into a non-winners of 2. The race hasn't been going, so they're taking a shot here.
Andy's selection here, can't fool me.
I mean, after winning her non-winners of 2 condition, New York Reds either can run against opens, non-winners of 1, which I don't know how much easier it'll be than this race, so why not take a shot?
Former stakes winner here for Todd Pletcher, what love looks like.
The distance is her friend here. She's a player.
Moon Age Daydream, 13-1 winner of that Yaddo.
Distance is the question with her, but one thing about her, she's in very good form.
2 huge prices outside. Here's Power and Glory.
Yeah, this would be a massive upset.
Melissa Iorio will ride. Then scoring chance. We showed you Ruben Silvera earlier, riding for Jorge Abreu.
He's a half to couple turf winners, but have to get faster, a lot faster, and show the ability to get the distance. A lot of questions to answer.
Trained by Jorge Abreu, who of course also has Busy Morning from the inside in here. And Moon Age Daydream at 9-2 with Pratt, who again is looking for number 3. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And here with Jorge Abreu, who's sending out 3 in here. Let's start with Moon Age Daydream, winner of the Yaddo last time out in impressive fashion. What are your thoughts on her getting a little bit more ground today?
Well, that's my only concern. But since she ran last time and she looked like when she's in, with Jose did a good job like saving ground and don't putting her in the lead. I don't think she wants to be in the lead. Probably stretching her out. I told Flavien today, whatever you do, just kind of try to come from behind a little bit because we're stretching her out. That's my only concern with her, but she's doing really well.
Yeah, it seems like she's just in really good form right now.
She is. She's looking growing and more stronger. To me, she looks better this time than she did at Saratoga. So just hope you expect a good race up for her.
Well, that makes me feel good because I said the same thing. But as far as Busy Morning is concerned, down to the inside, she too getting a little bit more ground for a horse that started off sprinting. She won nicely last time too.
Well, that's my only concern with her as well, the distance. She ran very well going a mile in 16 years last time in Saratoga. The race before then, she got a little compromise with the trip. She was in boxing all the way around. So if she handled the trip, she's doing really well.
And finally, scoring chance on the grass. What are your thoughts?
I want to try her on the grass. We're going to see how she does.
Well, we look forward to seeing you. Thank you, and good luck with all your runners.
Thank you.
Greg?
2 big long shots, and then, of course, Moon Age Daydream for the barn with Pratt, who is 3 for 5 on this turf course. But the distance, even in his mind, a question because we just don't know yet.
No, I mean, it's a very sensible comment by him. It's not, you know, and I like hearing that kind of, you know, honesty. A lot of times your trainer's like, I'm not worried about it at all. You know, it's a reasonable thing. And listen, she's already been overachieving. It was a big win for her in the Auto. Too big a price or not, it was still an upset win for her. And she's running very, very well. But the longer distance is a question. And the pace scenario a little different. Because I think you're going to see Silver Skillet be a little bit more aggressive. And also the added distance, even if she's as proficient, the added distance, I think the added distance can help other horses, like the 2, like the 6. So even if she runs okay, they may get better at the distance. So there's a lot of questions to be answered, but it's still not bad. We run horse under 5-1 in stakes.
Could have been different scenarios too, but mile and a 16th last time out, and the horses behind her were making up ground on her. That makes you think maybe a mile and an eighth.
And she had a very cozy trip last time out. And I think it'll be different because I think Silver Skillet's going to be more forward, so she's going to at least make her work a little bit.
Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll check in with Marvelous Maud, who did finish second behind Moon Age Daydream in that Yaddo. And this was a horse that I thought took a huge step forward last time. 2 starts back in the Port Washington. I just thought that she looked incredibly dull in the preliminaries. She never really kind of picked up the bit in the warm-up, and she kind of ran that way as well, though Silver Skillet was able to really control that day. But last time, Marvelous Maud was much more alert, much better on the track, and she ran that way too, closing and making up good ground. I'm seeing much of the same from her again today. So it looks like she's continuing to do well, and she will be one that's running late and has shown already that she can handle the mile and an eighth distance. But the number 6, What Love Looks Like, distance is absolutely no concern for her. In fact, before the layoff, she was running in the grade 3 Long Island, going a mile and 3/8, and I'd actually written down in the Yaddo last time, maybe a prep, and she wants a bit longer. That's what she gets to do today. She looks stronger, more fit today. She always gets hot in the preliminaries, so that's just very normal for her, a typical kind of daughter of English Channel. But I think second off the bench, she has the ability to be more forward. She closed from off of it last time. I think we're going to see an even stronger performance from her today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here we go. On to the turf course, getting set for this John Hettinger 8-5. What do you think about the price on Silver Skillet? Off that performance where
too low.
Beaten even money favorite.
Too low. Why are we so confident that she's going to get better with more distance?
Exactly. And the way she looks so good doing it, she might not even get the lead today.
She's probably not going to be in front of the number 7 in here. And I think that if she's 3-1, that's fine. But they're betting her as though she won last time or something. I don't know. I think this is too short a price. And I think she's a major player here. She went to 9-5.
Has been able to win without the lead, so I don't know.
No, she's
that's not a huge.
You could say she's the worst to beat, but I tell you what's strange here. That Marvelous Maud is 4-1. What was the morning line of Marvelous Maud? Do you have
3-1.
Yeah. Okay. I thought she'd be a shorter price.
Yeah.
So I thought she'd be 3-1. The 6 is 7-2, and that would elevate the price a little bit. So it feels like Marvelous Maud is a little bit chilly on the board right now, right? Is it because Irad's not riding?
Manny Franco, filling in for Ortiz.
Do you think Irad's trying to drive up north because he couldn't,
He's probably.
The train's going through
if he
weather?
Drives as aggressively as he rides, he's going to be here pretty soon.
I hope he gets back. I hope a lot of people.
No,
it's
we
very
miss him
tough
on the
with
card.
People. It's tough for a lot of people. It's very inconvenient for a lot of people, right? Not being able to get their flights, and obviously people inconvenienced by this weather, and the weather's serious. So
Ruben Silvera going to let the gate crew load scoring chance, and then he'll hop aboard. First time on turf again for this filly by Good Magic for one of the 3 in the race for Abreu.
Good Magic has really made quite a name for himself as a stallion in a very, very short period of time, right?
There's Silvera hopping aboard. Keep your eyes on the 3 and the 7 early. And
by 5 just went 6-1 to 9-2. I wanted the 6-1.
Meanwhile, What Love Looks Like for Todd Pletcher, second off the lengthy layoff. 7-2, right? Second choice on the board.
How about Marvelous Maud went up from 4-1 to 9-2? She is ice. She's a dangling icicle on the board.
2 big long shots to the outside. Here's one of them, Power and Glory. And then the 55 to 1 shot is already in. Scoring chance. We're set for the John Hettinger Silver Skillet, the 8 to 5 favorite with Joel Rosario. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
All set for the John Hettinger. And they're off. Good speed to the inside from Busy Morning right out towards the front. It's Busy Morning joined by Moon Age Daydream towards the outside. Going to be tightly packed here as they come out of the chute. And on the far outside, they're Scoring Chance. The leader is Moon Age Daydream. Gets to the front, does it pretty easily here. It's Moon Age Daydream will dole out the fractions and slows things down immediately. Scoring Chance wants to go, is stalking from second. Then in behind that at the rail comes Busy Morning. Really bunched up in behind that as What Love Looks Like is now tracking from fourth, is in the two path, is to the outside of Marvelous Maud. No room yet there in between horses. Silver Skillet just had to steady briefly. Gets passed up on the outside here from the Progressing Power and Glory. The two at the back, Can't Fool Me and Snowy Evening. They get set to work to the backstretch and they went 25 seconds flat for an easy opening quarter mile. Moon Age Daydream is doing it easily all her own way, is up by a length and a half. Scoring Chance is still right there in second. They went 51.58 for a half-mile time. The leader is doing it very easily so far here in the Hettinger. It is Moon Age Daydream who's in front. Scoring Chance from second. Here's What Love Looks Like, starts to creep closer. At the rail there is Busy Morning, is holding that fourth spot with Marvelous Maud in between horses, less than a half mile to go. No room yet for Can't Fool Me. Red Silk's down at the rail in between horses there. Silver Skillet also needs a way to run. Power and Glory, and the trailer is Snowy Evening. They're still chasing Moon Age Daydream, and Moon Age Daydream has really slowed down the tempo, approaches the top of the lane, a sprint for home. Here comes What Love Looks Like, ready to pounce up on the outside, but Moon Age Daydream is still in front. What Love Looks Like is trying to push on by, but Moon Age Daydream is still there. It's Moon Age Daydream trying to take him all the way, is still up by a half length. What Love Looks Like with every shot to gun her down towards the outside. Here's What Love Looks Like down to the inside. Moon Age Daydream far back to the rest. Moon Age Daydream still with a nose in front. It's going to be a tight finish. Moon Age Daydream. Moon Age Daydream gets the victory over What Love Looks Like. Then came a photo with Can't Fool Me and Silver Skillet in 1 minute 52 seconds flat.
Moon Age Daydream back-to-back in stakes win. Do we still know if she go a mile and an eighth? Because she got to go so slow early on.
No, she couldn't go a mile and an eighth in a competitively run race. But I honestly am absolutely mystified as to what the plan was for Silver Skillet, who ran a bad fourth in this race. I just don't understand how you could possibly take her back again, and she was deliberately taken back in this race.
Second last.
It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever the way she was ridden. And as a result, this race was gifted to her, and a tough beat for What Loves Looked Like, who did have the stretch to get by her, but obviously she was compromised by the lack of pace, though she wasn't that far off of it, so she wasn't that badly compromised. Everybody else was.
Keep your eyes on the three. When she won that Port Washington two-back, did it on the front end, gate to wire.
Look at her. There's just no interest whatsoever being forward, and it's obvious that they're crawling. Absolutely obvious that they're crawling.
That was a little
very
unhappy
puzzling
there.
ride. A very, very puzzling ride. I don't understand why you would have a horse that had really blossomed by being aggressively ridden, and suddenly you're strangling her in races that don't feature a ton of speed. I'm not saying she would have won, but she had no chance the way she was ridden again.
And look, I guess she got to dawdle up front, but still, here comes the challenge from a stakes winner in What Love Looks Like. And Elite Moon Age Daydream digs in and is able to hold her off. So credit her, 9-2.
Yep.
Pratt took advantage, and as you said, and there's Jorge Abreu. Well done. Gifted. Certainly the early part of this race.
Yeah, I don't want to take it away from her. She's obviously improved horse.
Very
and
good.
TT's done a great job with her, and I'm really happy for them. But this was a strangely run race, and it's no sour grapes on my part. I didn't bet Silver Skillet. I just don't understand what's going on here. And, okay, Joel's riding, but honestly, I'd like to ask Christophe, how are you not making it clear to Joel, you've got to be more forward today. It didn't work last time. I mean, that's what I don't get, but I don't know those answers.
3-win day. Flavien Prat, Moon Age Daydream, gate to wire, and able to hold off that late charge from What Love Looks Like. First time going a mile and an eighth in that stretch duel. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll look ahead to the Pilgrim coming up over the weekend for 2-year-olds on the grass and Zulu Kingdom trying to remain perfect for Chad Brown. We'll be back.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As we just saw, the John Hettinger for the New York bred fillies and mares won by Moon Age Daydream, back-to-back stakes wins for this filly, this time ridden to victory by Flavien Prat, who's joining me here. Is Flavien, you've ridden this filly before, but as I spoke with her trainer before the race, it really seems like she's one that has improved and is just doing really well right now.
Yeah, she definitely has improved. I rode her last spring, and it was 6 furlongs, so she came from 6 furlong and now won a mile and 8, so very, a very good run today.
Able to set a comfortable pace on the front end too. How key was that with getting her to relax and use that speed that she has naturally?
Yeah, it was great. Actually, Titi told me before the race, do whatever you want, but don't go to the lead. But it was, she broke so well, and it felt so natural for her to be there. So she was traveling good and gave me a good kick turning form.
And fighting for you down to the wire too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, at the 8 pole, I was like, I don't know, and she just found another gear and was brave enough to hold on.
She certainly was. Congratulations on what's been a very good day for you too.
Yes, thank you very much.
Flavien Prat picking up another one, this time with Moon Age Daydream. Greg, who certainly is in very good form right now.
Got a very big chance to keep things going, too. We'll get to that in a moment. First, our Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. 3 wins and counting. Pratt, this time, nursing Moon Age Daydream along very slow early on the front end.
Yeah, able to get away with murder on the front end and wire the field. Congratulations to him and to Jorge Abreu as well in the connections. Nice win for a horse that's now won 2 straight races, and she could be in position to be the top New York filly or mare turf horse.
Number 4 for Pratt could come here. 6-5 is what Blazing Sevens, the former Preakness runner-up,
and
has opened up at.
Based on multi-race bets, you're not going to get a bigger price than this.
Unreal.
I thought he'd be favored. I didn't think he'd
race.
be this short in this race. I do think he's a better miler. I think he fits the race very well, but 6-5 is an awfully short price. It's also where it doesn't possess a lot of speed. There is some pace in here, but we'll see if he's able to close into it. You and I both like him, but that's a short price.
All right, we'll get back to that race. Very good one coming up in the 7th, 1-turn mile on the main track. Meanwhile, this weekend, so many big races coming up for the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series, including this Pilgrim for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. And Zulu Kingdom, we talked about going to break, comes in perfect. That state's debut, winning effort and with anticipation. And won by a neck, 80 buyer for the state's debut, but things can change quickly start to start for these 2-year-olds on the grass.
Speaking of Flavien Prat, this was just an absolutely perfect ride and absolutely perfect trip to get it done. Now, the horse that finished second to him is not coming back in this race. Either he's on the shelf or he's heading to Keeneland, but he ran a good figure. He is the horse to beat. I don't think it's cut and dry that he has to win this race. I'm always a little bit reticent about favorites that are coming off absolutely perfect trips. He got
so
one.
grade 3 winner with anticipation. Had the debut win over in France at 7 furlongs on soft turf. And then as advertised, didn't go off favorite, but took a lot of money in that race.
Yep.
With anticipation.
Thought he was a little lucky to beat the 9, frankly.
Meanwhile, Concord Green, Dylan Davis, was a surprise for Shug McGahee. Winning first time out was 13-1 with Dylan Davis.
Horse has a lot of turf pedigree, but a loaded-looking field, and got a great ride from Dylan. A modicum of trouble early in the race, but Dylan saved every inch of ground until they got in the stretch and he angled out. It's the time you really needed to save ground to be effective on the inner turf course in Saratoga, and got through, and just a great ride to get it done narrowly. He's a player in here, but he also got a great trip last time, and you missed the boat at 13-1.
Still, you see that ability, having to wait for that horse to roll by, get that running room, and did turn it on down the stretch. So we'll take a step forward. Grade 2 Pilgrim in that challenge series for the Breeders' Cup. Mile and a 16th on the turf in this grade 2 worth $200,000. We'll have it for you coming up this weekend. As we take a look at the schedule, included, along with the Pilgrim, Vosburg, Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic, where Lyganis will try and do it again, and the Woodward, where Skippy looks awfully tough.
I picked against him.
Did you?
I picked Happich Race. But he is very tough. I don't disagree with that.
Up next, 1-turn mile on the dirt, the 6-5 favorite. Flavien Prat will have them out here looking for number 4 on this Thursday card. Blazing Sevens, runner-up in last year's Preakness to National Treasure, the one to beat.
Folsom from last to first in the mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom has taken the front and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And here comes Blazing Sevens out in the middle of the track as they come down for the 16th pole. Here is Blazing Sevens, verifying is there, and Gulfport. But is Blazing Sevens to pull off the upset in the Grade 1 Champagne?
Grade 1 winner back as a 2-year-old on that sloppy sealed surface. Blazing Sevens. He's been very good, and it looks like he's getting back into a very good phase right now as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, it made more sense to run this race in the Woodward at a flat mile. In the Woodward, he could have been 4th choice in that race, and here he's obviously a favorite, and the Woodward more prestigious. But I just feels like that would have been a hard race to win, and this race in a flat mile fits him like a glove. And win or lose, when you're 6-5, you're supposed to be running.
And yeah, we talked about, too, before we came on, we did talking horses that last race. That was a 1 1/8, and even though he was a distant 4th in there, he ran pretty good that day.
I agree. I thought he ran well last time, and I just think this race fits him, but I don't think he should be this price. And I think a horse like Win It, who you're a little interested, if he can break cleanly, is dangerous. I think that Full Screen's obviously got a chance. I think Unbridled Bomber is an interesting horse coming from well behind here as well.
Here's his mile win, and this was not just a win at a mile with a huge figure. It's off a long time away.
And he beat Full Screen, who he meets again today, who came back in a fairly close performance later to win at Saratoga and run a fast race. So it was a legit race, and he got it done. And he's just a better horse in these one-turn races. It accentuates his kick. The paces are a bit faster. He's better in this situation than trying to grind it out. I know he ran second in the Preakness and arguably ran the best race of anybody that day. But overall, he has not shown himself to be as effective in the mile and eighth 2-turn races.
So Pratt looking for number 4. Obviously, he's shown proficiency for this racetrack, this distance as well. It's a good group, though, to be that short of a number.
Yeah, I agree.
Including a runner you have on the outside, Rocket Can, for Bill Motto. Just missed by a neck at Saratoga going a mile, second off a short layoff last time out.
Yeah, I don't like Rocket Can. If he couldn't win last time with the trip that he got, I mean, you just can't get a better trip. He was sitting right down the rail, angled out between horses, got that smooth trip, ranges along his side, gets by Win It, and can't seal the deal. Now, he did lose to a horse that ran a little better than was reasonable to be expected, but still, he can't get a better trip than he got. Now, I'm not saying hasn't have a chance to get a piece of this. He's just not my kind of horse. If he couldn't seal the deal here, I'm against him.
4-1 from that outside slot. Junior Alvarado back aboard. Let's go to Acacia.
And it is an interesting matchup between the likes of Rocket Can and Blazing Sevens, both horses that were kind of in those Triple Crown races or Triple Crown prep races. And I want to save Blazing Sevens for trackside. So starting with Rocket Can to the outside, I agree. He did get a very good trip last time, but Big Blue Line, who beat him for Will Walden, kind of had the look of a horse that was coming in for a barn that just had brought very live horses up to the meet and ran very well in closing that day. And I thought that Rocket Can looked like he was actually kind of pulling himself up when he was alone on the lead. And then as Big Blue Line came closing, he re-engaged with company there to kick on. So maybe he is the type of horse that just needs to have a horse next to him. He gets a little bit lost if he's out there by himself. And looking at him, he continues to thrive. He has filled out so much as a 4-year-old. He looks fantastic. They saddled him outside on the walk today, but not doing anything naughty, just keeping him moving. Again, he looks terrific. Just the question is, does he really have that desire out on the racetrack? And I do think he meets some salty company. Taking a look at the number 1, Tabawash from the inside. This is a horse who's cutting back in distance, and he has won at a mile before, and obviously one that's progressed in the right direction for Brad Cox. And I know he has had a steady diet of 2-turn races, but I actually, looking at him, like the cutback. He's not the biggest. The way that he's put together in his frame, he's incredibly athletic. I think a mile in the way that he's built should actually suit him beautifully, and he has tactical speed from the inside post as well. Last time out, he was really hustled out of the gate and then looked like he was going to be able to be big competition for Cook Creek. That one then pulling away in the stretch, but I think that a turn back should actually suit this guy quite well, and from what I see from him today, I saw him last 2 starts back when going a mile in an 8th year. It looks like he's just really, again, continuing to progress in the right direction, and looks like a mile should suit him beautifully. Now the number 2, Win It. In his physicality, he's actually built like a horse that wants to go much longer. He's this massive son of Tappet, who is a little bit of a quirky type, but Kendrick Carmouche knows this horse so well, and you could even see it last time out if you watch that race closely. He goes right out to the front end, and Kendrick is doing everything to keep him from running off on the front end, using his reins, using his body weight to keep him from being able to kind of take the bit and just run off, because that's what he sometimes wants to do. But I think he runs his best races when he can be forward like that, and they've kind of figured him out. He also has the propensity sometimes to kind of drift, turn his head out, swap his lead, so he's a very quirky type. Now, he was really revved up in the paddock last time. Being here at Quiet Aqueduct, he is so much more relaxed today, so hopefully he's able to carry that over to the racetrack and relax on the front end during the running of the race as well, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. And he's the horse we showed you in that Rocket Can race backing up on the lead. It was a first start off a short layoff for him. He can occasionally run a huge effort that certainly is good enough to win against this group.
Yeah, I've always liked this horse, and I agree with everything you said, Greg. My biggest concern with him is he's not a good gate horse. And he broke from post 7 last time out, and horses that have issues in the gate, often when they get an outside post where they're not completely encumbered, when there's nobody there outside, they'll break a little better. He's had a bad habit in his races of getting left when he's down towards the inside, he's between horses, so I worry about that. If I was confident that he would break, I would like winning his chances here. I know you picked him second and think he can win, and I'll tell you something, I'd rather bet him at 13-1 than the 5-1 now on T-Shock down on the rail. I just think overall, Win It's a faster horse than T-Shock. And, right?
Tabawatch.
It's Tabawatch? There's another horse named T-Shock. I'm getting him confused. Tabawatch? Yes, you're right. I'm thinking of another one. Tabagosh.
Tactical speed, but cutting back in distance from the inside. It's Brad Cox.
I just don't think he's good enough.
In the mix. I didn't see 5-1.
Yeah, I think the 2 is a better bet at 13-1. I'm surprised that he's that short, to be honest with you.
Call to post. We hear in the distance behind us, and we'll see Tabawatch first here. Manny Franco for Brad Cox.
Yeah, I mean, he can try to be a bit forward here. I don't think he's faster than Win It if that one breaks, or Phileas Fogg, but he can be forward. I just preferred others.
Win It Won't be able to get away with a bad break against this group.
Yeah, he's got to
clean.
break. He's got to break cleanly. From there, if he does, he has a real chance.
Phileas Fogg at 15-1.
Caught a track very favorable to his running style last time out, and then enabled him to run a race that makes him a contender here. Overall, though, I don't prefer him.
Curbstone, he's done some big efforts away back, going a little bit longer.
Yeah, going longer when he can control is what he needs to do.
Here's the Preakness runner-up from last year, Blazing Sevens.
Not thrilled with the price, but I think he's the worst to beat. Starting to get some Pratt money, too, maybe.
Lost Ark, John Velasquez.
Great name, of course. Marion Ravenwood, the dam of
Nest.
Nest, right. There's Next, Neat, Net. It's hard to keep track of them. And, of course, Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Dylan Davis, full screen, who was just behind Blazing Sevens back in that April race.
Price at 9-1.
19-1 Maker's Candy.
Yeah, he finally at least showed some life again last time. He can be forward. He has some fast races going back, too.
Instant Coffee coming out of a grade 3 in which he was not much of a factor.
Boy, this horse that looked like he was going to be very good. He was one of Andy Byer's 9 winners on that big day when he picked all those winners on Talking Horses a couple of years ago.
This horse has some big races in his past. Unbridled Bomber.
He's a crazy price at 22-1. He's second off a layoff. He likes a one-turn mile. I think he's very interesting at a price here.
And 4-1 Rocket Can, Belmont Jr. Alvarado.
I understand. He's fast enough to be a contender, but if he couldn't win last time, he's going to win without me today.
So, wow, he is taking some attention, too. What do you like with the 3 Phileas Fogg?
I don't like anything with Phileas Fogg.
You don't? Okay.
I think he'll be forward in here. I guess if you like him, you're hoping he's the clear speed. But I feel like this racetrack at the end of the day on Whitney Day, it just seemed like speed was getting better and better. This was a merry-go-round race. Nobody else got involved, and I think he's dressed up by the racetrack in this last race. Not that he's a bad horse. I just think there's better horses in here. So big price if you like him.
Muddy sealed effort. It was 1 1/8, so the cut back to a mile, which he'll try for just the second time. When he was the only other time trying it, wet surface, Delaware, distant second. But he likes to be forward. I don't know if is he going to be able to have that type of running style
The
against
time
this group?
form pace projector has him in front.
Okay.
I have to imagine Manny's going to go with Tabagosh. And if the 2 breaks, he's going to be forward as well. The break will have a lot to do with it. And Maker's Candy's supposed to go from the outside. It's supposed to be at least an honest pace.
Meanwhile, there is maybe one of the best named horses we ever had in the sport. Lost Ark, if you're a Raiders fan of the Lost Ark. Marion Ravenwood, as Andy said, the dam. And she produced, among others, pretty good filly.
Yes, pretty good filly. She started the trend. Next is actually older than she is. Next, Neat, Nest. It's all getting very confusing.
She played second fiddle to Secret Oath in the first half of that 3-year-old campaign of hers, and then she just took over in that second half of the year.
Yeah, there was that period of time when she was winning the Coachco American Oaks, the Alabama, and the Beldame, where she was dominant.
What a run she had that second half of the year, that 3-year-old campaign, and even that first start back as a 4-year-old. Very good one.
Everybody but me liked that one, as I recall. Never won again.
Lost Ark, 17-1 in this spot. This would be quite a surprise.
I agree. Even his best race makes him a stretch in here. But he's not untalented, but it's a tough spot off the long layoff.
Meanwhile, all the money throughout has been on Blazing Sevens for Chad Brown as Pratt looks for number 4 today. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I just am a little unsure what to make of Blazing Sevens, because looking at him, we saw him come back in that race back in April off of the layoff and win, but do it in a rather workmanlike way. And then in the Met Mile, I loved what I saw from him. I came into that race just totally not expecting to pick him. He won me over in the preliminaries, and it turns out that he was very up against it in the way that the track was playing, in the way that National Treasure was able to control things. I think Blazing Sevens, one of those horses that was really impacted by that. And then last time out, I thought he just kind of ran in place. So he does turn back in distance to the mile in here, which I appreciate. He had a big warm-up right away from the pony under Flavien Prat. I still think he looked better in Saratoga 2 starts back, just in the way that he was warming up. He was a little bit on the dollar side today. Overall, could he win here? Absolutely on his class. I just find him a little bit of a head scratcher. Now, he does already have a stallion deal in place, and so we'll see. It is fun to get a chance to see him back on the track as well, but we'll see what he can do, because he makes, I think, an impression in this spot at a short price that this could be the right place for him, but meeting some salty competition in here as well. The number 9 Full Screen won nicely 2 starts back, going 7 furlongs over a Federal Judge who would come out of that to win pretty impressively in his subsequent start. So Full Screen opting to try the Grade 1 Forego, in which he did actually run on a little bit. Mullican wired the field that day, and then this horse was off quite slow and coming up the rail a little bit after that. But I know that he's run well at 7/8, and that was his fastest race. But physically, I have always felt that he's built more like a miler, and I love a little out of distance for him. He looks tremendous coming in here for Mark Casse. Sometimes he can be really sharp, doing a little bit too much. Not the case today. He sticks every box, and he was a length behind Blazing Sevens in that April race, but maybe he's a horse that has taken some steps forward as well and is coming out of a Grade 1 try, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post time coming up for a race that we have been anticipating since these past performances came out.
And Blazing 7 comes back down to 6-5. The question to ask yourself is, who are the potential overlays? I think Win It at 16-1 is too big a price. I definitely think Unbridled Bomber, who I picked second, is way too big a price at 21-1 in this race. I don't understand how he's a bigger price than Lost Ark. So I would say those are the two. They're, to me, the two biggest. Even Maker's Candy at 24-1 is a little bit high.
I mean, Win It should be 6-1, shouldn't he?
I'm not sure why Win It is almost 3 times the price of Tabanos.
If not shorter.
I'm sort of mystified by that, to be honest with you. I guess, is it Brad Cox money? I don't know.
Here's the Cox runner. Tabawatch, Manny Franco from the inside, cutting back in distance from that 1 1/8 performance. Off a rest against getting beat by Cook Creek. Dusted Olympic Dreams in that spot, who's not been the same Olympic Dreams that we became such a big fan of. There's Win It. The break for him, critical.
Yes. Easy to see how he breaks because he is almost white.
Easy to spot. Yeah, gray near white son of Tappet. 6-5 favorite though, Blazing Sevens. 2 for 3 at this mile distance. Pratt looking for number 4 on this Thursday card. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Rocket Can. Rocket Can goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Win It. Here's the early trailer. In between horses, here comes the run from Phileas Fogg, and Phileas Fogg has got company towards the outside here from Maker's Candy. Now joins that leader. Also right there is going to be Rocket Can. These 3 as they get set to come out of the chute. Right in behind them at the rail is Tabawatch. He's tracking about 2.5 off the leaders. Now moving up quickly is Win It. Was off a step slow, but has taken 5th. In between rivals there is the gray Win It, and to the outside of that one comes Full Screen. That's the leading 6. As progressing at the rail into 7th is going to be Blazing Sevens. To Blazing Sevens outside is Lost Ark. Then in behind them comes Instant Coffee. Second to last curbstone, the trailer. Unbridled Bomber, 23.32, a measured opening quarter here. And towards the inside, it's Phileas Fogg, right there with Maker's Candy. They're still 1-2 with less than a half mile to go. They're within a half length of one another. Tabawatch is in the clear, is right there at the rail from 3rd, just watching that early action. 46 seconds flat is the half mile time. From the outside, Rocket Can is starting a rally now, and Rocket Can is back into the bit, and also trying to follow that move is Full Screen, who's taken a shared 5th to the outside here of Win It. Win It is down towards the inside as the leader tries to get away now. It's Phileas Fogg, who turns for home, and Phileas Fogg is quickly up by 2. It's Phileas Fogg trying to put it away. Tabawatch in between horses with every shot. Rocket Can. Full Screen is also launching a rally, but Phileas Fogg is still there. It's Phileas Fogg showing no signs of stopping, and Phileas Fogg has extended the margin again. Inside the final 16th, Phileas Fogg. Big effort here. Phileas Fogg, no doubt, gets the victory. Rocket Can second, then came a 3-way photo. There was Full Screen in that photo with Tabawatch. Towards the inside was Maker's Candy, and behind them, Blazing Sevens. And 1:35, seconds flat.
Phileas Fogg cutting back in distance, 6th win and 13 career starts.
Big win for him against a much tougher field. Very good job by the rider, Romero Mirage, getting to the front and doing what he's supposed to do. Is one thing about Romero, he doesn't get in the way of his horses. We need to do something about the racetrack here. We have a big weekend coming up. This is 2 days in a row, and we've had 4 days to fix it. We can't keep having a big inside bias like this. It's not really fair to the other runners. And you can see in this race, this is a classic merry-go-round type situation where nobody was able to pick up ground in here. And the racetrack is certainly affecting the way the results in these races. And it really, it's a little bit concerning, to be honest with you.
11-1 upset here. Romero Mirage for Gustavo Rodriguez. He had never beaten a field of this type of quality in his career.
Biases create these kind of results. They create exaggerated results by horses that are with it, and they're negatively exaggerating results of horses closing. And I understand that Blazing Sevens has some negatives to him, but he angled out the top of the stretch like he had a full head of steam. He got some pace to run into, and he just couldn't gain any ground on the outside at all. It's clear that the racetrack is having a demonstrative effect on the results. We saw it Sunday, and we're seeing it again today.
11-1 upset here. Phileas Fogg with the victory as Rocket Can distant second, but never a threat here for the Belmont Barn. We'll have these prices for you when we come back, and we'll have the final race on the card. 6 furlong turf sprint to close things out. We'll also have the story of the greats. What a campaign her 3-year-old season was, beating, capped off by older males in graded stakes company at Saratoga in the Woodward. Stay with us.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale. Offering a catalog of quality yearlings from the most racing-rich region of the country. A potent source of talent. Recent top grads include graded stakes winners I'm Very Busy, Leave No Trace, Nisi Marie, and Post Time. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Tuesday, October 1st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day of the Races. It's brought to you in part by Hale & Dale at Alapa. 7th race In the books, Romero Mirage on Phileas Fogg for Gustavo Rodriguez. 6th win and 13 career starts, and the best result he's ever had on dirt. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And happy to be here with Romero as Phileas Fogg takes some gate to wire. And Romero, you just told me, you said, I know I'm going to the front, and no matter what. And it really paid off with this horse.
Yeah, for sure it did. Looking at the track bias, but mostly his past performances, his best races are in front. Just wanted to get him in front, establish my position, then really get his breathing well and just get him into his rhythm. And I had a ton of horse left. He just kept going.
You mentioned how the track was playing, and we've seen it the last couple of days. How important is that to pay attention, even when you're not riding the race?
I try to ride every race very practically, save ground, to get my position going forward. But track biases do help, especially in a day like today where a lot of speed is holding up. So even before the first race ran and I saw it was a speedy track, I initiated that we were going to go to the lead for sure.
And it paid off for sure. Now, you've been doing a lot of traveling up at Finger Lakes, back down here, all over the place, that hustle and picking up the mounts. Talk a little bit about that and you and your agent working to find the best spots and the most winners possible.
Yeah, I just have to give a ton of credit to my agent. I mean, he just texts me, we're at Finger Lakes Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Mom at this day, Florida this day, and then I just go. So it's really a teamwork. You know, teamwork makes the dream work with both of us. He just texts me where to go, and I just pack my stuff up and go, and he's been doing a great job with that, and we just try to work hard and find the right horses and stay fit. It just really keeps me in a rhythm riding every day.
Have tack, will travel. Well, good to see you winning here at home. A nice victory.
Thank you, Acacia. I appreciate it.
Romero Mirage, he said he was going gate to wire, and that's exactly what he did, Greg.
Yenwin win it again. Habitual problem did not break. This one had the lead all to himself.
Yeah, and when you hear a rider talking about a bias after the race and referring to it, as Romero did a couple of times there, you know you have a rider that's paying attention and he's going to give his horses the best chance under these circumstances. Phileas Fogg, opportunistic or not, has gotten it done 2 times in a row. And you look at the exact, I know people like to complain endlessly, there's no value in exactas, ignoring the times that there are. $25 over a 3-to-1 second choice, just paid $240 for $2. What this says is the CAW players, like me, didn't like this horse at all.
1 leg left in this pick 6 carryover, and what does that mean in terms of how big Phileas Fogg is going to pay in this pick 6? As you just mentioned to me off air, 2 horses result in this pick 6 not getting hit. It would be a shocker, but the 4 and the 9 result in the carryover in the pick 6.
The parlay, I think, is somewhere around $1,400 for $2. I'm sorry, it's around, I lost my train of thought, what it was. They took the numbers down, so I can't really tell you.
5-2 on Be There right now opens up as your favorite. We'll talk more about his chances, this 5-year-old here who's 0 for 8 on the turf to this point. We both like more in a minute. A chance for Pratt to, again, get that 4th win on this Thursday card. I'll never forget this performance because it was my first ever trip to historic Saratoga. And with what Rachel Alexandra had done in that 3-year-old season, the crescendo continued to build. She beat the boys in the Classic and the Preakness, beat them again in the Haskell, and then trying to do it again was something altogether different. Trying to beat older males in graded stakes company at historic Saratoga in the Woodward. It's a race that raised the rafters.
Walking over for the race, she really had a race day feel about her. She really exuded a lot of confidence in her handlers and stuff when she was right, and we felt good about that.
It hit us pretty much in the paddock, seeing all the other very accomplished colts that she was going to go up against and seeing the mass of people.
Everybody loved Rachel, you know, no matter where she went, that she was popular, you know, but when you come into a race like this, you know, you fixing to hook the old horses and, you know, they had a little pressure on you.
They had decided to pass on the Travers because they had nothing to prove against 3-year-old colts. She won the Preakness, and she won the Haskell. There was certainly nothing left for her to prove with members of her own sex and generation. the only thing left was for her to go against older males.
They're off.
Steve told me, said, you know, just go ahead and let her run away from there and she'll carry you, you know, and she did, you know, because we went fast.
Oh, the first quarter was 22 4/5 seconds. There'll be no free ride for Rachel Alexandra. They're making her work for every step today.
Durkin's amazing call, but when he shouted out the fractions, I mean, you got a little weak.
46 2 was the half mile. Calvin Burrell was able to slow that pace down just a little bit.
When I said a bit of a breather, you know, it was just a bit of a breather. She was still going too fast.
And Macho again is firing.
From the 3/8 pole to the quarter pole, I give her a little breathing. I'll never forget it. I give her a good breathing there. And then when I asked her again, you know, she got away. So I said, well, we're fine now.
And Calvin Burrell imploring his filly for more. And Rachel Alexandra holds on to the lead.
About 40 yards from the wire. It looked like he was going to get by her, you know, but she kept digging in.
Rachel Alexandra, Macho again. They're coming down to the finish. It's going to be desperately close. Here's the wire. Rachel won. She is indeed Rachel Alexandra the Great.
For a 3-year-old filly to beat older males in a grade 1 on the dirt here at Saratoga, knowing it's happened, seems far-fetched.
Rachel Alexandra raises the rafters here at the Spa.
And when I stood up, you know, and I looked at Robbie, I said, I don't care if we would have went another round, you would have never got by her, you know. That's the type of horse she was.
I mean, it was thunderous. The whole grandstand was shaking.
All those people in the grandstand screaming their lungs out, all of that air into wooden beams that are 100 years old. And it literally hit them with such force that it made them move. And that's what I felt, literally, in my feet. And that's why I said she raised the rafters in Saratoga.
Afterwards, with a great sense of relief, and watching her leave the winner's circle and walk the length of the racetrack to the test barn with the fans 10, 15 deep. They kind of bubbled as she walked. It was very special.
She's an icon. We have a giant statue of her at the farm. She's happy and she's definitely retired, but she'll run around the paddock a little bit.
Something as special and unique as Rachel is why we all do this. And be able to relive it, you know, that how blessed we've been to be in her presence and what a horse like Rachel can do for us that we've never been able to do for ourselves.
She was special. I mean, what a performance that you don't ever see it even take place. 3-year-old fillies facing older males.
Repeatedly. Well, males. I've been around a long time, Greg. I've never seen a season like this from a filly, especially. I mean, she wins the Ducky Oaks. 2 weeks later, she comes back, new
By
connections,
20.
right? New connections, and she runs in the Preakness. She dueled with a horse in that race through extremely fast pace at 1 3/16 miles, and she put the field away and held off the Derby winner, who got very good then. Mind that bird. The horse she dueled with was a horse named Big Drama. He won the Breeders' Cup Sprint the next year before. So then she buried the field in the Mother Goose. And say it was a 3-horse field. The second horse won 2 grade 1s. The second or third horse won 2 grade 1s that year, flashing, with the MIG. His last grade 1 winner, I believe. And the other horse, Malibu Prayer, won a grade 2, the Chaluki, at Churchill later in the year. Then she goes back and she just destroys the field in the Haskell, beating Summer Bird, who was clearly the best 3-year-old. He was a very, very good horse. And then she runs that race against older horses, and they weren't the best older horses you've ever faced, but they just came at her in waves. You know, it's like every horse taking a shot at her. She was a horse very much Torpedo Anna is able to defy by dynamics. She gets in duels, fast paces, and puts away fields. She's not running nearly as fast as Rachel. She's not running against the boys repeatedly, but it's a quality that the very few really good horses have. What she did as a 3-year-old was nothing short of remarkable. It was great to be around and see those races, wasn't it? You were the first day at Saratoga.
Amazing.
Was that day, Greg.
I mean,
it's
what a first experience at the spa to witness that race and that day. I mean, I was a little, away from the action, but still, it was incredible. And she rolled right by me after the win. I'll never forget it.
It was a magical day. It was perfect, beautiful weather, that sort of late summer weather. And we were getting about 17,000 to 18,000 people for that Saturday. We hadn't been running that long on the Labor Day weekend. There were 30,000 people there, and believe me, the vast majority there to see Rachel. And Steve was talking about that when she walked down the grandstand after the race. That moment, the 15 to 20,000 people that showed up at Saratoga for American Pharoah to work out that morning, these are those moments that happen in Saratoga that really don't happen anywhere else, that really contribute to how special a place it was and what a special day that was.
I didn't even know you yet.
No, I know. We had never met.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are the good old days for you. Your life was so much calmer and easier.
It's the positive impacts. I could go on and on from our relationship. We'll be back. We both like this one. Be there. Coming up, we'll tell you why when we return in this finale in the Thursday card.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why Naira is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The Naira Foundation, supporting our community.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app today as we have horses in the paddock for the nightcap. A turf sprint maiden claiming here for 3-year-olds and upwards. And we'll start off with one of the main contenders, the number 2, Be There, is Jorge Abreu, looking for another win today. And this one taking a drop in class. And one thing that certainly is a positive about this gelding, though, he's a 5-year-old and is 0 for 16. This is his first time running in a maiden claiming race on the turf. He's a turf horse, he's a turf sprinter. And his lone try with this barn in a maiden claiming group was in an off-the-turf race going long. I thought he ran quite well last time out, just couldn't reach the winner. This will be his 3rd start with blinkers on, and now taking a drop in class. This is just the good spot for him. He looks fit, he's well suited to these conditions, he's smaller, he's compact. I love him sprinting. I just think this is the right place for Be There. The number 1, John the Baptist, I had written in my notes last time out that this was a horse who I still wasn't completely sold on going long. He's more stout and compact. He definitely carries a lot of condition as well. He also got a little bit agitated in the paddock last time out. So much more relaxed today, but he's also taking a drop in class back down to the $40,000 level, at which he ran second behind the class dropping and heavy favorite, Kick-a-Buck, 2 starts back, but his first time going short, and I like that for him. I like the turn back. I just think it suits him well, and like I said, demeanor-wise, much more settled overall. The number 3, Sassy Alley, comes out of a good second place finish, sprinting on the grass over at Monmouth. She is actually a 3-year-old filly taking on the boys, and sometimes when you have a horse that's ready to run and you're looking for a turf race, as we've talked about in Saratoga a couple of times, and you don't necessarily find an option that works timing wise, if you have a filly and you want to run in certain conditions, taking on the boys can be an option. And what I always look for is, does the filly stand out looking like she's smaller, maybe a little bit weaker, underwhelming versus her male counterparts, or does she stack up from a physical perspective? This filly does. She is stout, she is burly, she's strong, hustled out to the front end last time out, couldn't quite get the lead and was kind of working and dueling throughout. The 3rd place finisher did come back to win, improving her buyer speed figure 6 points, and they're keeping her quiet in the saddling stall here after being tacked up, and that's probably just to keep her away from the rest of the boys here in the paddock, though everybody seems to be minding their manners so far, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. We'll see if this filly can make an impact here, taking on the boys in this finale on our Thursday card. Right now, 6-1. Manny Franco will ride.
Yeah, I mean, horses have come out of that race and run better, but I do still think she's going to have to improve even off of that. But not impossible. I preferred others, but she's a fair price if you like her.
Christophe Clement, there he is, talking over with his riders. He'll have a couple in here, including a first-time starter that Rosario is going to ride, General Agent. Let's go back to the favorite now, Be There, who has become the favorite at 5-2. And there is the 5-year-old coming in from a race at Monmouth, in which he had the far outside post, was wide all the way around, and faced a pretty good horse.
Yeah, this horse ran very well. The winner of the race came back and improved the buyer figure from a 72 here to an 80 and then a 92. Now, the 3rd place finisher came here and bombed. But this horse has run consistently well, a few times been in turf sprints, and this is the 2nd time sprinting for Jorge Abreu, and I just think it's the horse to beat. I'm not going to bet this horse at 5-2. I was hoping at a slightly better price, but I do think, despite all the chances, this horse is the horse to beat. It's interesting. Medaglia d'Oro from a Dan Tin-type gal makes me think of Len Riggio, who bred this horse, who passed away relatively recently, and that's a pedigree that says she wants to go longer, but this horse wants to go shorter.
Yeah, that was a big finish. Wide all the way around. You got to look at Kendrick there. He'll ride from Arcana. Got John the Baptist from the rail, but there's Be There, so 5-2. And can this one get a hot pace up front again?
I don't know about that, to be honest.
The 10 outside wants to go.
I think the 10's going to be the speed. I mean, I don't really know who's supposed to run with the 10. The 2's not a speed. The 5 doesn't have a lot of speed. The 3 has some speed, but the 10 is faster. So unless the 7, the other Clement horse, and Joe Rosario can rate Silver Skillet 2 times in a row, I doubt he's going with General Agent. I think Reverend Moon could find himself on the easy lead, and he's favored right now.
Bruce Brown right there. He's got a first-time starter at a huge price. 31-1 on the 4.
Yeah, he had a huge price win the other day.
Bertrill, who's won at 100-1 and 68-1 in the 2 victories.
One of your favorite horses. I don't know why you didn't bet him again this weekend. I don't get
Bet
it.
a go. Claudio Gonzalez, 8-1 right now.
This horse is an overlaid 8-1 in my opinion. The only time this horse sprinted, lost to a 2-5 shot, but ran a respectable race, a 72 buyer. And I don't see any reason why this horse can't win here. 8-1 seems like an awfully big price.
It really does. The one turf, most recent turf sprint that shows up on the page. Yeah, it was very good. It was for this maiden 50 level. Typhoon Fury would win that race, but was 4 lengths clear of the rest of the group.
This is a big price in doubles. I'm looking at the doubles. This horse is a big price. The 2 is a slight favorite over the number 10 in the double.
Only other turf sprint on the card, won by that rider, Eric Cancel, on the impressive, beautiful Thief, who won back in race 4. Post parade coming up. Riders up, you see. We'll start with John the Baptist. Here's Kendra Carmouche.
Cutting back in distance, something Mark Hennig's had no real success with in turf races, but has run against some reasonable competition.
Lots to like except the price. Ricardo Santana Jr. filling in for Ortiz on B there.
Yeah, I like this horse's
Pratt,
chances, but it's Pratt now?
I thought
it was Santana.
I thought it was too. We'll try and clarify that.
Yeah, we got to figure out if that's right. We'll see what we can get from
The
there.
3 went by. That's the filly Sassy Alley.
Yeah, she ran well enough first time. Now it's Pratt. Originally it was Santana, and now it's Pratt.
All right. Better go, go, go. 8-1 can't sell.
I think this horse is an overlay. When you look at it, I don't think this horse is supposed to be this big a price. I think you agree.
El Alacron, Tom Morley. Cutting back in distance.
Yeah, has run one good race. The cutback, we'll see. Tom has some okay numbers cutting back.
First-timer for Clement went by. Rosario and General Agent. Here's Liberté de Bayou.
I think the first-timer's dangerous. This is a weirdo. If you like Linda Rice, second-time starters, you're fooling around with Liberté de Bayou. Had a bit of an interesting trip last time.
There goes my Miracle. Christopher Elliott riding. Another one cutting back. And then Reverend Moon, speed outside for Clement.
Yeah, and I get why people like this horse dropping down. Christophe has good numbers dropping down turf sprinters into maiden claimers for the first time.
So can this horse clear from that outside post? And it will be dropping in for a tag for the first time for Reverend Moon.
I think it's possible, don't you? I can see this horse clearing here. And if he does, could make him dangerous. I don't love his chances here, but he has been running against much better horses, so I can understand why people like him. I mean, that Credit Worthy's a nice horse. Second horse was one of those wildebeests running for Melanie Gibbons later at the meet.
So 2 starts back. 5th behind Typhoon Fury, who, got DQ'd in that race? Better go, go, go. The last time that horse was on turf was 2nd behind Typhoon Fury, beat 2 lengths.
Oh, yeah, no. I think that the 5 is just a massive overlay in this race, and I think you agree. I don't understand why this horse is getting no respect at all. The one turf sprint. The thing about this horse is his form is cloudy, right? You look at him, you say, oh, he's 0 for 13. He's good 10 times on the board. He's a loser. He lost at 25 cents the dollar at Finger Lakes. I don't care. I only care what he's done on the turf. He's run the turf twice. He's run far and away, other than one race in the dirt, the best race he's ever run. And he's a horse who can be forward. His one turf sprint, he finished 2nd behind, I think, a 1 or 2 to 5 shot. I don't understand why he can't be effective here. I think if you just look at his turf races, he's a major player in this race.
Yeah, too big a number. 7-1 with more on Better Go, Go, Go. Let's get Acacia's thoughts.
Well, I definitely do think that he is going to appreciate getting back onto the turf. Massive flat turf hoof on him. And as Andy pointed out, does have some dirtied up form. My big question with this horse, though, I just really wish he was warming up better. Just felt that there were some others that were just moving much better out on the track in the preliminaries. Now, the number 10, Reverend Moon, is taking that drop in class for the first time. And though he does have natural speed, Dylan Davis keeping him with the pony for the warm-up. So hopefully he's going to be able to be sharp out of the gate there. And we did have a little bit of a slight delay. Not sure what was happening in the paddock. So you saw kind of some abbreviated and rushed warm-ups out on the track, but got him moving pretty well. He looks great. He always does. I do wonder if maybe he was just a little bit of a precocious type and was not able to seal the deal in that second start. The class drop should help him. The 7, General Agent. There's not a ton of pedigree on the bottom side overall, but I love Progeny of the Factor sprinting on the turf. Does debut with blinkers on, which is very rare for Christophe Clement to have a horse, especially starting with blinkers. So we'll see what he can show, but not acting like one that would be very forward in his first start. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. See how this plays out here in the nightcap. 2-1 favoritism back with the 2. Be there, and yeah, double switch on here. So Flavien Prat trying for number 4 on this one, who had a huge effort at Monmouth last night. That was at 5 furlongs. Going 6 for the first time on the turf.
Well, knowing Flavien, he'll do everything he can to at least be in somewhat contentious position early. He's not a rider that is not looking to get his horses into position.
It's not just that one race, too. I mean, this horse said turf sprints at Saratoga against Maiden Special. He's put him in the mix here.
He's a turf sprinter. He's just spent a lot of his career in the wrong races.
Deserving That's a short price, though. We'll see what happens here. Can Pratt get number 4? We're about to find out. He's on the 2. Chris Griffin, the call.
All set. And they're off. Speed from Sassy Alley right to the front, and Sassy Alley will get the lead, is up by a neck. Here comes company towards the outside from El Alacran, and also Reverend Moon in the 3 across the course, and they move swiftly. Down at the rail is John the Baptist. Blue cap gets past to the outside here by Liberté de Bayou, as in the green cap is now taken 4th. Back to 5th is going to be John the Baptist as they work up the back stretch. And behind them is General Agent now in 6th with less than 4 furlongs to travel. Better Go, Go, Go is in the red silks, is towards the front of Nilrook. Towards the inside of that rival, second to last will be there, and the trailer. There goes my miracle, 22.36 for that opening quarter mile, but it was pressured towards the inside here. It's Sassy Alley with the lead. Reverend Moon is engaging towards the outside, and El Alacran is in between horses as they reach the top of the lane. Still 3 across the course, and Reverend Moon is trying to put ahead in front. Battling on in between horses, El Alacran and Sassy Alley not going anywhere. Trying to catch them from the back. Here comes Be There with a late rally in those green silks on the grandstand side. Better Go, Go, Go. Reverend Moon is almost there. It's Reverend Moon for a final 16th, but here comes Better Go, Go, Go. Better Go, 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 and Sassy Alley back for more. And Sassy Alley fought back. Sassy Alley gets the nose down to win it. Better Go, Go, Go is in that photo, finished 2nd. Fading late there was Reverend Moon in a photo with Be There in 1 minute, 11 seconds flat.
Filly beats the boys. She got past. She went to the front, and it looked like it was over. She finds more in the stretch and re-rallies for the win.
Yeah, this is a hard one to see. She looked like she was beaten for sure. The 10 seemed to have her measured at this point. Tough loss to the 10, who doesn't even hold on for second. Very tough loss to the number 5, who did run today at a ridiculous overlay at 8-1. Rats, if you had this at all, the winner paid a decent price. I preferred others, and she got it done. And the two looked to rally outside, and Eric Henshaw kind of shut the door on him, and probably cost him his best chance to win. But that's good race riding. He didn't do anything wrong. He closed the door when Flavien was trying to angle out.
Aggressive ride. There's winning trainer Rob Falcone Jr. making a winning call from Manny Franco.
I hope he bet, because I believe that he complained to me in Saratoga that he bet this horse last time out and took a tough beat at 6-1. So I hope he came back and took 7-1
by
today.
a head, and gets a little bit better number this time around.
Yeah. Came back with Manning, such a strong rider. This is a bad loss for the 10. Wasn't that fast a pace.
About the same number, essentially. I mean, this is a step up to maiden 50 against the boys.
Yep.
And gets the win this time around. 3-5, 10-2. Manny Franco, Rob Falcone Jr., and Sassy Alley, the only filly in this group to close out this Thursday card. Well, price is next.
$1,500,000, Tom, thank you. $1,700,000, Jody, thank you. 9.5. Thank you. In the back, $1,900,000. Thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races in Sassy Alley, Philly against the boys, closing things out. Appropriate after we showed you that feature on Rachel Alexandra, doing it in the Woodward back in 2009. Happens here to close out this Thursday card. Manny Franco being aggressive for the Rob Falcone Jr. Bar. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And here with Rob as Sassy Alley gets the win, taking on the boys, Rob. And as you and I were just talking about, when you can't get her in the race that you want, talk a little bit about trying to find a spot when you have a horse that's ready.
It's not fun. I can tell you that much. And, I own a majority of her, so there's only a couple, people to answer to. But, it's definitely, it's not something you want to do, and it's so long you keep them ready to go. They're not just machines and, so it's real pain when you can't get them in when they're ready.
But she was certainly able to take on the boys today. Incredibly game down to the wire as well.
Yeah, she was. She ran good at Monmouth last time, too. We shipped her there and ran her there, and she did all the dirty work last time, and she turned away a couple horses, and she just got beat by a horse, closing on her late. So I was happy today. She kept fighting on. She ran a real game, especially against the boys.
It has to be encouraging, too, when you walk into the paddock, and I had commented on this, that she doesn't necessarily look like the filly against the boys. She really carried herself well against this group.
She does. She's a good-looking filly, and she trains good, too. I think she just needed the race. I think even in the last race in Monmouth, I think just the more she's doing, the more she's realizing what she has to do, and she's progressing pretty nice.
Putting it all together today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The filly taking on the boys, and like you said, Greg, good way to wrap up that storyline.
Beating older males, Andy, like we just talked about.
She's the Rachel Alexandra of turf sprints. Is that what you're trying to say?
$17.20 for the win. Pick six comes back with his carryover, $44,000 plus, over $22,000. It was incredibly logical until the last two races.
Well, what did I say the parlay was? About $3,000 going into so $1,500 going into it. So you got about about $13,000 is the parlay for $1, and it paid $22,000. So, congrats if you had it. And once again, it starts out with 3 short-priced horses. It's not about the short prices; it's about getting some bigger-priced horses. I could never have gotten the 8th winner into it, or the 7th winner into it. I guess you could have had that horse, but not that horse.
When it didn't break, alone on the lead, and we've seen this racetrack. Yes. Tilted towards horses on the front end and the inside, and it worked out for Phileas Fogg. Ashley T. Cole on the grass. Boys get their chance tomorrow in stakes action at 1 mile and an 1/8, and we talked about earlier in the show Dakota Gold coming off that win and getting back to getting his picture taken for the first time since July of last summer in the West Point.
I also think he was Danny Gargan's only winner of the Saratoga meet. Is that true? I feel like he may have. I know he's his first win of the meet. I don't know if he won a race after it. But he got it done, and he got it over Spirit of St. Louis, and Spirit of St. Louis not here. He's pointing the grade 1 at Keeneland, going 1 mile. So is he going to be better at 1 mile and 1/8? I don't know. That's a reasonable question. It's not like he runs like he should have a problem with 1 mile and 1/8, though he's done well at shorter distances as well. We'll see. Somewhat contentious race tomorrow.
Good horse. He's been very good for a long time. Good to see him get back to the winner's circle. But yeah, 1 mile and an 1/8 of distance, and certainly facing the likes of City Man. Going to be a tough proposition in here. City Man, $1.2 million in earnings. His best days behind him, or is he still that good?
No, his best days are behind him, but he's still pretty competitive. I'm actually going to try to wire him with Jerry the Nipper, but his best days may be behind him as well.
So that's coming up. Race 8 on the card tomorrow, 4:42 Eastern Time. Woodward coming up over the weekend. Compact field where it looks like with Joe Hurst Turf Classic we're talking about. Farbridge, I know you picked, beating that Godolphin duo over the meet at Saratoga. It's going to be tough to try and get to the front with that horse on the rail.
No, he can't be in front in this race. Both the 1 and 3 are much faster than he is, and it's a different situation. One of the reasons I like him last time is he drew towards the inside. He's a horse that needs to be inside to do his best running, so the post position presents some problems for him. Having said that, he's a good horse, and if he can work out a good tripper in Joel and be able to save ground, I don't think he's impossible to win. I think Silver Knot got a bit exposed last time. Now he's a better horse than that, but is he as good as his other efforts? And you have to wonder if maybe he's tailing off later in the year. The filly is, or the mare, I should say. What? Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, tactically, do you think the Godolphiners weren't that worried about Farbridge in front?
They weren't, but he was awful. I mean, he wasn't. He was lapped on outside of Farbridge, and he said it was awful in there. Nowhere near the kind of races he'd been running earlier. Doesn't mean he can't bet back to good races. And listen, the race mare We're Like Goddess loves a 1.5 miles. She won this race easily last year, but it should be noted, it was an absolute bog when she won it. In fact, we took a graded stake off the turf shortly after that race because it was such bad condition, the turf. So she's a horse that really likes giving the ground, but she ran very well to be second behind the Deer generation who got away with murder on the front end. She's okay, and she's pretty consistent.
She's going to try and win this race for a 3rd time in her career. And yeah, this is not
different scenario, runoff speed that couldn't win, and a boggy conditions that she absolutely loved. But I'm not sure she's not the horse to beat in here, though, because I trust her more than I trust Silver Knot. I don't trust Silver Knot.
Yeah.
Not saying he can't win. He's the second likeliest winner at worst, but I don't trust him up his last race. I think Emmanuel's going to run well in here. I think that Manny Franco's going to be, should we say Manuel Franco on Emmanuel? Does that work?
Yeah, it all comes
like
together.
That, right. I think that horse did not get the best of trips in the United Nations. A little wide against the bias, and also way too far back, I think, could be forward here.
We talk about We're Like Goddess, but she's sort of a little bit flying under the radar of what a great story. She is 7 years old and still competitive enough to be one of the favorites going into a Grade 1 against the boys. She's that good.
It just shows, because she doesn't win Breeders' Cup races, that she hasn't got the credit she deserves in a lot of ways. She should have won. Nothing against the Japanese horse that beat her. Not one of the best rides of all time. In fact, really a ride that cost her a win in the Breeders' Cup that year. And she ran fine against the boys in the turf at Keeneland a couple of years ago. She's just a really neat horse. With that running style, she can be compromised, but she basically never fails to show up.
And I guess, we'll find out. See how she runs this weekend. Probably pointing, though, to her own division.
I would imagine. It depends. Well, it's 1 mile and 3/8, I think, at Del Mar. So, yeah, I imagine she's pointing to that race.
Going to be a fun weekend coming up with some obviously big races with Breeders' Cup implications ahead. We look forward to it. We hope you join us. We hope you join us tomorrow, too. 1 Eastern start time on our Fox Sports coverage. John Hettinger, Moon Age Daydream, alone on the front end, part of a 3-win day for Flavien Prat. Woodward coming up. Skippy Longstocking holds the key with his speed from that inside post. Can he go gate to wire? And can We're Like Goddess get a 3rd win against the boys in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic? We'll see you tomorrow.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire for a 3rd straight year with Saratoga standouts like 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by an
as well as Busy Morning.
Busy Morning in front, and Busy Morning wins it.
And wire-to-wire victor, Tour Jeté.
Tour Jeté all the way to score.
New York's #1 turf sire again in 2024. Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.